the one they did next to the mountain. What's it? Does it begin with an H?
We're on a sea. We're not near a mountain.
The Schellahalian one?
Schellahalian. S or C or whatever, maybe. I don't know. Schellahalian. Very good. Thank you. So we got the Schellahalian thing where shit's not even, plumb lines don't even fall straight down. So how are we going to check it?
Visually.
No. Well, I mean, you're telling me visually it will be straight beneath us, and you're telling me we can double check it visually?
Yeah, look if it's right beneath you or not.
It doesn't even make sense.
You measure that. You don't need a plumb line to see if something's right beneath you. Sure, it does.
Well, we're talking about if visually things.
Use the horizon. Use the horizon. Use the horizon. Use the horizon. Use the horizon and see what's right beneath you,
bro. We're trying to
use the horizon. Draw a circle all the way around you. Line up at the horizon, and see if it's 90 degrees opposed to that. You don't need a plumb line.
Draw a circle. What, Zanuck? You lost me, bro. You lost me. Where are we drawing?
I know you usually get lost. I'm not going to go this way.
Where are we drawing?
Everything's apparent. Yeah, we don't know anything. You're right. We don't know anything. We can't determine what anything is. We can't use trigonometry. We can't triangulate. We can't do anything. You're right.
You can't do anything. I can prove things in reality. You're the one who thinks you can't prove things in reality. You're a reality denier. Now listen, were you on American Gladiator or not? Yes or no? I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not fronting. I love that show. I'm in my 40s, bro. That shit was tight back in the day. I'm a big fan. Can I get your autograph? I mean, I really didn't give a fuck about you before I heard we were on American Gladiator. Now you've piqued my interest. Dead ass. I think they made trading cards back then with the gladiators. Are you on a trading card? Let me find out, Zanuck. Can I get your autograph?
Is he on a trading card? That's the big question.
Right? I mean, I don't know, Gio. Do you think we could prove things in reality?
He wasn't quite famous enough to be on a trading card, but they did put his face on a Pog. Remember Pogs back in the day?
No, that was after my time. I was smoking blunts and drinking 40s by then.
No, you're in your 40s. No, not true.
No? Well, I'm
in my 40s.
Fast, man. I had a full-time job when I was 13.
Zanuck, when people went on that show, did they give their name or not? Like, was it just their first name or did you have like a stage name?
We don't want to dox you, bro. That's the last thing we want to do here. I'm telling you right now. So if it's gonna dox you, like, we'll leave it alone. But
no, I'm not saying to give his name. I'm just saying, is that how they go by? Is that how they go about it?
I can't remember.
Yeah, I can't either. I mean, the dudes that were like the in-house gladiator guys, they definitely had names, right? Because they were like Tornado and like Thunderstorm and
Laser.
Yeah.
Matrix said it earlier. They had, I remember the laser dude.
What was that dodgeball movie with Ben Stiller? That's what I picture Zanuck looking like in the fucking game show.
Oh, is that like Billy Madison or something where he's hitting them all with
No, the actual dodgeball movie. That movie was dope. You see that?
Oh, there's another one. Yeah.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, dodge.
And Vince Vaughn?
Yeah, I saw that one.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
He's got like a headband and a mullet.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Yeah.
If you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball.
Listen, the point is with this refraction thing, he's got nothing, dude. He's got all apparent positions. He can't even prove something's directly beneath him because in his mind, plumb lines bend. Plumb lines don't go straight down in his mind sometimes.
Only locally.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Gio, do you think we can prove things in reality like 100%?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, right? course. I mean,
Because, I mean,
which
the word proof is defined as to establish something as true. So
yeah. Otherwise, there'd be nothing would be true. You wouldn't be able to say anything's true. The way you said we couldn't prove things.
yeah, because then
Ridiculous.
you're never even establishing any baseline of actual truth to even have a method to even begin with.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know how you could live like that. Honestly, that's got to be mentally draining.
Right?
Well,
You're
I have
breaking
heard
up a lot,
Globers
Mitch.
say that they're not into truth. Science is about truth. I have heard that from Globers.
Wait, you're saying globe earthers that say science does prove things? Or sorry, I kind of missed what you said.
They say it can't, and it
No,
doesn't.
I said.
My bad. What's
Oh,
up,
I just
Paul?
said I've heard. Hey, not much. I just said I've heard Globers say that science isn't about truth. I've actually heard that from Globers.
Yeah, that's what they say.
weird.
They say science, even to the extent to where they say science doesn't prove anything.
That's nutty.
Gathering evidence, right? Is that what they? It's just gathering evidence. Well, the conclusion that the evidence gives you is up to the independent researcher, right?
Meh, it's a little bit more than that. I mean, you're doing experiments and shit, so you're manipulating the real world to see what happens. So you're trying to find the truth about science is trying to find the truth about reality. That's what science does.
Science can't do it. I don't mean to be pedantic, but
Jay, your
science
mic's
can't
fucked up, bro.
I'm in the hallway. Science doesn't do anything. Science is a
It's more than the
procedure.
hallway. Oh, there you go. You're better now, I think.
Yeah. So science is a process, right, of collecting evidence or whatever. And science doesn't come up with anything. The people that are doing the science is that make the conclusions of what's going on with the science. So when people say science, they're speaking. I think they're putting extra things on science that don't belong.
And you know this because of your vast training in the subject, right?
Science is ultimately supposed to be getting to a concise explanation. That's the ultimate goal of science. And if you're not trying to get to that concise explanation, and you're just going to leave off with descriptions and mathematical assertions, you're not doing science.
Would you say science? Say that again, that first part.
The ultimate purpose of science is to get to a concise explanation. And modern science has left that out of the equation. So the modern scientists, they can easily base their assertions on mathematical formulas rather than the empirical evidence within their hypothesis or experiment or explanation. So they've left off with descriptions.
Math is a language.
They left off with descriptions to describe our reality rather than getting to a step further with an explanation. An explanation
math is the explanation.
An explanation will always supersede a description, and math has never explained anything in the history of mathematics, nor will it ever,
totally
due to the fact that math an explainer. Math is just a descriptor.
On the other hand, Matt, you can actually prove things mathematically.
Oh, wow. So we have proofs now.
In mathematics, that's correct.
Mathematic proofsies. Okay, go ahead.
You mean if you think math doesn't prove things, I'm not going to try to get you because you're so
I'm
far
sure
along.
I'm sure math can prove things.
Yeah, math. You can physically prove things in mathematics. That's correct.
But we're not. We're talking about reality. We're talking about.
Oh, you can prove things in mathematics. That's correct.
Does math prove reality? Does math prove? Does math prove reality, or does math prove other math?
Math. When you're using the word proof in math, you're proving math.
Yeah.
Well,
so
here's
not
the thing.
reality.
Well, hold on a second. Actually, I got a Glober saying. Actually, I know a Glober, Veritasium. His website said that math has problems in proving things. So what do you do with him?
Well, he's problems in proving things. I'll agree with him, but it does prove things. I mean, there are such things as mathematical proof.
Okay, so you're proving, again, like what Jeremy's saying, you're only proving it within math. You're not proving it in reality. right?
Correct. You're proving math with math. That's
Yeah,
correct.
fucking pointless, worthless.
Okay.
Actually, no, not if you're a mathematician. And by the way, if you don't speak math, you probably shouldn't be talking about science because mathematics is the language of science, especially physics, which we see.
No,
Okay,
it's
well,
not.
let me ask you a
English is
question,
the
Peyton
language.
Asherfield. Is science about truth?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you're one of the few Globers that says that it is. So, okay, continue.
But
And truth is 100% reality, right? The truth, 100%. This is what it is.
Well, now you're going to go off into metaphysics, which bores
What do you
me.
mean?
Well, you're about ready to go off into metaphysics.
Well, what
No,
I
I
know
just
is
want to know. In this reality, if something's true, is there a chance that it's not true?
Now you're going into math. Now you're getting off into metaphysics.
It's binary, bro. Actually,
No, because there's shades of gray.
No, something's either true or it's false.
See, that's the problem. Is there's a lot of gray, and you guys want to say yes or no, and science deals in the gray.
True or
what's
false?
gray? Give me an example of something gray.
An elephant.
Maybe yours does, man, but that's not really what science is.
Well, see,
My
I like it.
Bluetooth
Hold on a
died,
second. Hold on a second. Ain't that funny? He says science deals in gray, and then I asked him to give us a specific example, and he only went to a color of an elephant. So he used two words in two different or one word in two different definitions, and thinking he's got you.
Yeah. What's that called? What's the name of that again? What he just said?
I forget what it's called.
That's called a joke.
Well, then give me an example of something gray without a joke.
You're not going to get far with that question, Paul.
No, the entire science of quantum,
explained?
the entire part of quantum mechanics is all gray right now.
Gray. What do you mean by gray? Is you don't understand something?
Nobody fully understands quantum.
Okay, that doesn't mean, okay, just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it's not black or white.
Oh, fuck me.
Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong.
See, now we're getting into metaphysics.
Well, you know what? All of science is based on a metaphysical truth.
Let me throw him an easy one. All right. Do elephants exist in our reality? Yes or no? 100% true or false?
I don't see an elephant right now, so maybe all the elephants recently died of a disease because I haven't seen one in a couple of months.
Yo, cool. Let's do something easier. I thought I threw you an easy pitch there. Does water exist in our reality? True or false?
I've seen some water recently. Yeah, I just took a drink and flush the toilet.
He's gonna go with
Peyton Asher-Shield, do you exist? Yes or no? Well, hold on. Just ask Peyton Asher-Shield, do you exist or not? Just ask him to see if
let's
exists
get
or
into
not.
metaphysics now. I think, therefore I am, right?
No, it's either truth or either you're in the. Hold on a second. Either he's in the physical world or he's not. Are you in the physical world or are you not in the physical world?
Well, I don't know. Can I prove that to you over the internet? That's an interesting question.
I didn't say if you. Now I'm talking about in your reality. Or is it real that you're in the physical world in your reality?
I think so. It could be a brain in a vat, though. I really, because the Matrix could have programmed me to think that I'm real, but I'm not, right? See, this is the part when you guys get into this thing. You just go down this trail, and it bores me, to tell you the truth.
Then how do you? Okay, wait a minute.
I don't know why you guys. I don't know why you guys are so enamored of this line of reasoning.
You know why? Because even your science is based upon metaphysical truths. That's why.
So what?
So what? How can you have any scientific discussion without something that's true or false? Either your hypothesis is true or it's false. Either something exists or it doesn't. How can you not? That's metaphysical truth. All reality is based upon that. How can you not have that discussion?
It's pointless to even try to converse with him because he just can't throw his hands up and walk away.
No, this topic doesn't interest me. I'm sorry.
Give me one thing that math has ever explained in the history of science. I'm waiting to hear that. Give me one example of something that math has explained. I'll be waiting.
Math is the language of physics. If you don't understand math enough,
math is not a language, but
math
again,
is a language.
And I'm asking for. I told you that math is a descriptor, not an explainer.
So is language.
And language explains things. Math does not.
Math is a language. It explains things.
Math is not a language.
Math is a language, just as much as
Okay.
the language.
You think math explains things?
2, 3, 4, 5, 8. What did I
Give me
just
something.
say? 2,
Give me
3,
one
4,
thing.
5, 8.
Math
What did I just say?
Give me one thing math explains.
Give you one thing math explains?
Yeah.
1 + 1 = 2. There you go. That's an easy one for you.
And yeah, we already established math proves math, so it can't explain anything in reality. That's a shitty language. That language.
Well, okay. You have one apple and you take another apple. You now have 2 apples in front of you. Is that real enough for you?
Okay.
Oh,
can
cool,
I
you're a
have the
glorified
mathematical
bean counter.
equation for germ theory?
You're just a mathematician. You're not a scientist. That's the point I'm making.
Again, math is the language of science, and especially of physics.
Math is. I can't communicate with you using math. Sorry.
Actually, you can. If you've ever
2,
read
3,
a science
4,
paper,
5, 6, 8, 10,
if you
12. What did I
if
just
you ever
say?
read a scientific paper, they'll get it heavily into math, and the
2,
math
5,
actually
6,
does
10,
explain
8,
it.
12. What did I just say?
I know. You don't. I know you're illiterate
Oh,
in
yeah.
math, so you
Oh, yeah.
pretend that it's not important.
Big language, bud. Real communication.
Dashlo, you
It
can
is.
do Morse code, and Morse code is like that, like it's math, it's with numbers.
I understand you guys are illiterate in math, so you have to cover up for
So
it. by
teach us some
saying
math
it's
words,
not
man.
important.
Teach us some ways we can talk in math language.
No, you actually have to go back to school and learn more.
How do I
math.
say hello in math?
If you want to say hello, you usually. But okay.
Well, I want the mathematical equation for germ theory. That's what I want.
In
Can you
biology.
give that to me, Caitlin?
So you want to use?
I know.
I told you. Yeah.
Is there not physics? Wait a minute. Isn't there physics and biology?
Well, there's
Chemistry?
parts of it. Yeah.
So give me the
depends what
mathematical
chemistry.
description or equation for germ theory.
The fact you have to ask, if you don't have to ask for it, then you don't understand it. So okay, sorry.
No, I don't. Okay, I'm a student. Hold on a second. He's the educated person asking someone that's asking him a question that may not know the answer.
Well, no,
What
you
is
don't.
that?
You lack the underlying knowledge for such.
That's not what he asked you, though. He didn't ask you for an analysis of what you think he knows. He asked you for the actual information.
No, I'm not here to.
You're just derailing and trying to do an ad hom and trying to say, "Oh, you don't know."
I'm just
really,
not
it's
here
a projection because you clearly don't know it, so you just start insulting and saying other people.
Oh no! See, the problem is that he knows.
Then come up with the real information and stop just ad homming people.
Well, if he wants it, he can Google it himself. I'm not here to teach. I'm sorry. If you want me,
You're not going to answer. We got it.
I'm not
We
here.
got it. You're not going to answer, and we got it. So when you said we had one apple, and we had another one, and now we have 2 apples. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've described how many apples there are. You haven't explained anything about the apples.
Well, that's math is to tell you how many apples you have.
Because math doesn't explain.
You want to explain? What do you want to explain? See, the thing is, math is an
explanation. Give me anything you can come up with that math has ever explained in the history of science. I'll be waiting.
Are you serious?
I'll be waiting. I'm waiting to hear your mathematical explanation. Go ahead.
Tell me you're serious first.
I'm serious as a heart attack.
Then you should go back to 6th grade and study more science if you don't think math is important in science.
I never said it wasn't important in science. I said all math does is help within a description, but math has never explained. Math has never explained a single fucking thing, dude.
It hasn't?
Well, hang on a second. He said,
give me an example.
Science.
You keep making this assertion that it has. Give me an example.
No, I can't give you an example because you won't understand it.
Exactly.
No, you won't understand it.
Yeah, okay, Richard Feynman. Okay, Richard Feynman.
No,
it's just too complicated.
Feynman was significantly
you wouldn't
smarter
understand. That was Feynman.
Was that supposed to be an insult?
I was going to say, you can insult me by calling me Feynman, then that's fine.
You wouldn't understand. That's what Richard Feynman's response was.
If you're going to call me Feynman, I'll take that as a compliment because he was brilliant.
That's not a compliment, dude.
Actually, it is because he was brilliant.
It's actually not.
Actually, it should be because he was actually brilliant.
It's really not, though, bro.
It should be because he's brilliant.
I'm calling you a priest of the quantum cult of bumping particles.
Well, bumping particles is how lots of things work. Yeah. If you think bumping particles are not a thing, then
that's your base assertion for reality is bumping particles.
Yeah,
that's what everything condenses and boils down to. It's a problem.
Right. It's not
a problem.
It's how things work.
It's a big problem.
No, it's how things work.
What are the discrete particles within a field? Precisely a magnetic field.
A magnetic field. You want a particle?
Give
You know
me
that
the-
magnetic fields are not particles. You know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked something that's stupid.
Actually, that's incorrect. Coming from your quantum cult, they claim that what's responsible for magnetic repulsion and attraction is the emission of virtual photons. So you don't even know your own dogma.
You have
Pretty
an
bad,
example of
bud.
these photons?
Yeah,
that's
I do.
theorized, by the way.
I do. Yeah, it's a big theory
Yeah.
because that's all it ever was. That's all it ever will be. I can quote Richard Feynman discussing that if you'd like to hear it.
You can't. Yeah, you can misquote Feynman, is what you mean.
I'll give you an accurate quote of Feynman where he talks about virtual particles never being the input or output of any experiment ever done. So let's pull it up here so I can
So
read it to you.
you don't know that you don't know that math describes things, and you're going to quote Feynman to me.
I never said that. I said math does describe things. That's all math does.
Like an appeal to Neil. Only this is
That's a
an
straw man.
appeal to Richard.
Bad straw man. That's all math does is describe. Math will never explain. That's not the purpose of math.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. What about English? Is English to explain or just describe?
English is a language.
So is math.
No, no, it's not.
Yes,
you
it
can
is.
use
All right.
English.
All right, here's the quote. I found it.
Things.
Richard Feynman. He says, "A virtual particle is an abstraction which facilitates in calculations and understanding. The term is very vague and loosely defined. They never appear as inputs or outputs of experiments. Their existence is questionable at best. However, they are very useful in rendering concepts and making equations balance out." Now, does that sound like science to you, or does that sound like supporting a paradigm? Because that's what I'm hearing.
That's science, definitely. Feynman was brilliant.
Yeah, virtual photons, bro.
So with English,
sorry,
with English you can use them to describe things, right? Or you can use it to explain things.
And you could do the same thing with math.
And you can't explain anything with math.
Actually, you can.
Explain something with math to me.
I can't. You don't have enough math. You barely understand 1 + 1 = 2. No, you don't.
I know that doesn't explain anything.
Explains how many apples you have.
No, it describes how many apples we have. You can't be serious right now. Are you trolling us?
Is 1 + 1 = 2? The explanation is apples every time?
He doesn't even know what he's saying. I think he's just fucking with us. I'm not sure, but I mean, this can't be serious. This like can't be real. You fucking with us, Spade?
A little bit because it's easy, but
yeah, I know.
I mean, the fact that you think that math is not a language is interesting. The fact that you
use it to explain something.
The fact that you're talking about physics and don't understand math and think it's. And what I really like, is first of all, I like the fact that he disparaged Feynman and then quoted from him within 3 minutes. You know.
Would you agree that? I know. Would you agree that a language can explain and describe things?
Uh-huh.
Okay, math is a language, right? Explain something to me. Explain something to me with math.
I just did. You have 2 apples.
Go ahead.
It's math.
Yeah. Just having 2 apples? So 2, the number 2, you're describing how many apples there are, right? Does it explain why you have the apples or how you got the apples? Or does it just describe how many apples you have? It's a stretch even for you, bro. Come on. Math's not a language. I just proved. I just showed you math. Math is not a language.
Math is a language. I know you don't speak it, so I'm not going to talk to you in math.
I could speak it. Talk to me.
No, you can't actually. You barely understand 1 + 1 = 2. You think that math doesn't.
I understand that doesn't explain anything. It describes how many apples there is. Does it say why they took an apple away, or how they got the apples? It tells us nothing but how many apples there are. Descriptor. Wow.
Hey, 1 + 1 = 2. What did I just describe to you?
Yeah, two things. You had
I have two things.
Mhm.
Is that what I just described to you?
Mhm.
What two things do I have?
I don't know.
I just explained it, right? It's explaining what? What is it an explanation of?
The number of objects you have.
Do I have any objects?
Oh,
Describing how many objects you have. It's not explaining. You don't explain how many objects somebody has. You can explain how they got them, why they have them. You can describe how many objects they have. You're not even talking English in it. You're just putting words together that sound good.
Furthermore, it doesn't even do very well with descriptions.
Actually, it does. But
give me the mathematical description of an apple.
Wow, that was a good one. I thought you were going off the deep end with that one. Describe an apple with just math. Or sorry, explain an apple. Whatever you want to do. Describe it. Do something. Tell me how.
Yeah, it doesn't even describe very well.
Describe an apple using just math. Go.
Shield's gone to make a cup of coffee.
Go ahead and laugh. I know it's funny. Ha 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 ha.
No one's laughing. This is.
I don't
laughing,
understand.
Dude, you got to.
I don't understand
Step up
math.
to the plate.
Therefore, I can poke fun at it. Ha ha ha.
Step up to the plate.
No,
What we're pointing out is that it doesn't explain
I know.
everything. That it has its limits.
Well, geez, so does English. Amazing, doesn't it?
I can use English to describe an apple.
All right, I'm back now.
The problem is
what's your claim here?
Hold on, Dastro. You make math seem that it can explain everything. And this whole experiment, this whole thing about the apples was to make you understand that we understand that math cannot explain everything as you asserted.
I said math is a language. You guys say it's not. I say it describes things. You say it's not. I'm trying to find it.
I agree with that.
I'm trying to find something that I can do with that you can understand.
There's a big difference between a description and an explanation. That's the problem.
Math explains things too. Math can
no,
explain forces.
show me one thing
explain
math
the
has ever
addition of
explained.
Forces.
Give me an example.
You know, I'm trying to find something basic enough that you'll understand and say that it's math at the same time. It's
Hold on. Math is a part of the explanation. It can explain the dimensions of things, the times of things. Anywhere where there can insert a number, math can help. But it isn't the whole explanation. It is a part of it.
No, it's not actually. It's a description, and descriptions help in facilitating within explanations. But an explanation isn't based on descriptions. Maybe we need to Google what an explanation is.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm not going to play it. If you start playing the definition game, I'm going to get out of here because that's the last thing I want to play today is the definition game.
It's very simple. It's very simple. Math is helpful. It's helpful, but it isn't. It isn't the entire description of anything. It definitely helps.
Right. It's a tool. It's a usable tool, but it's not the end-all be-all solution for science or for an explanation. It only facilitates within descriptions, which is not an explanation. An explanation will always supersede a description due to the fact that descriptions can be loosely interpreted or vaguely defined subjectively. So an explanation is always the pinnacle of what science is seeking. And if you're not about that, then you're not a scientist. You're just a mathematician.
You're trying to explain reality.
Watch this TED talk and get back to me, okay?
You're trying to explain science.
Well, that's fine, man. Just go count some more apples. We'll be over here doing science.
No, you won't. You won't know what science if it bit you in the ass. You don't think that math is part of science. You barely understand math, and
You could use math and science. You don't have
You didn't
to.
even understand that fucking particles were
If
involved
you
in
do
a
anything in
magnetic
physics,
field.
you better be
I
good.
asked
Very
you
good,
I
man.
asked you if there's particles, discrete particles involved in a magnetic field. You said no. You don't even know your own bullshit.
Yeah, you don't
Pretty
even know
bad,
your own
but-
bullshit, Paige.
Wait, Nancy, you don't think that when we have these conversations that we have, you don't think that this is the science?
You know, this virtual particle thing you brought up. You don't even believe in particles, let alone virtual particles. How can you talk of this?
But
you're
you
talking
do,
out both
though.
sides of your mouth. You talk
You
out
do,
of both sides. You talk out of both sides of your mouth. You got to either decide if mathematics explains things or doesn't explain things. You got to decide if virtual particles are real if they're not. You have to decide whether magnetism is a field or virtual particles.
Paige, he doesn't have to believe in them. You have to. We're out of the box.
You can just spout whatever shit you want, even if it doesn't make any sense, right? You can just spout some shit.
You're stuck in this little box, little teeny tiny box, right? We're out of the.
I know. You're out of the box. You can say whatever you want because you can lie your ass off and don't have to make any sense. I understand that's liberating.
Who's lying? Who lies?
You.
You don't even know what your own religion says. That's a fucking.
It's not a religion, moron. It's not a religion.
It's a pure religion.
No, it's not a religion. It's the opposite of religion. It is the opposite of religion. The only things that you can prove are true.
It's based on beliefs. It's
only
based on
things
beliefs,
you
not
can
empirical
prove
evidence.
are true.
Your religion is based on beliefs.
It's not a belief, sir. It is only things that are provable.
A belief.
It's not a belief.
Actually,
it's only
it is.
things that are provable. It is not a belief. It is the opposite of a belief. So that's the problem. You guys are religious. You guys think that, I believe this, therefore it's true. No, it's true. You have to prove it's true.
All right, tell me what truth is. Give me some qualifications of truth. I'll be waiting to hear this.
Let's go into metaphysics again, right?
What's truth? What is truth? Go ahead.
No, I'm not going to play metaphysics with you.
It means not false.
All right, you can't explain truth. That's fine. Can you describe it?
I told you I'm not playing metaphysics with you today.
So you can't explain, you can't describe it. You can just shout true.
What part?
Truth.
Hold on a second. Listen one more time. I'm not going to play metaphysics with you today.
It's not metaphysics.
Well,
he just wants you to define reality.
All right. So you guys aren't listening.
It's crazy. It's crazy shit.
Well, he said earlier that he thinks
truth. That's all.
He should be able to because he did say earlier that science is about truth, so he should be able to define what truth is. What is truth?
Absolutely.
Math was. And now all of
he ran away.
Well, when it gets into the metaphysics, he does run away for some reason.
The thing had nothing to do with metaphysics. Dyslow just wanted him to define truth. That's all.
Well, he couldn't describe it. He couldn't explain it. He wouldn't even lift a finger to touch on one little quality of truth, let alone an attribute or principle.
Like when you say the word truth, what do you mean? That's all he wanted to know. There's nothing metaphysical about it. It's semantical or whatever, if anything.
Something. You know why he ran away, right? But now ask yourself that same question, right? What is truth? And the truth is quite a conundrum to explain.
No, actually, it's not. I've got a real simple definition. Hold on a second. Let me give it a real simple definition. First of all, truth is a proposition. Whatever corresponds to reality is true. Example, I see a tree. That tree is there. Either that statement is true, or that statement is either true or false. It's real simple. Doesn't have to be complicated. God exists. That's a propositional statement. Either that's true or false.
Here's something that most people don't get is that truth, explanation, and wisdom are all three one and the same fucking thing. Most people don't realize that. Most people mistake knowledge as for wisdom or knowledge for explanation or the end all be all, but wisdom actually cuts a little deeper than knowledge. Now that's getting a little metaphysical.
Well, I call wisdom knowledge applied. Actually, I call wisdom knowledge applied. That's how I define wisdom. Because you can have all kinds of knowledge, but not to do what to do with it. When you gain the knowledge, you can do something. Wisdom tells you what to do with it. That would be my definition.
I missed the last thing you said.
I said knowledge, to me, wisdom is knowledge applied. So you can have all kinds of knowledge, but not to know what to do with it. As soon as you do something with it, that becomes wisdom.
Well, as good old Ken would say, wisdom is the ability to identify self with what self is not. Or hold on, how does he put it? Let me think about that a second.
Well, even in that, even what you're describing, that still relates to what I said, because if you don't know who you are and what your relationship to the world around you, you can't do anything.
Wisdom is just pattern recognition with a little bit of diagnosing. You recognize
Your mic's
what's going
really
on.
bad.
Dude, I'm sorry, man. I'm in the hallway, bro.
That's better. That's better.
Yeah. So me, wisdom is just pattern recognition with a little bit of self-diagnosis. Once you recognize what you're doing, that you're fucking up, you stop doing it, which is what makes you wise. Which is just a little bit of pattern recognition. That's it.
I think that's how I put it. Identifying self in what is not self. It's like a form of disobjectification.
So
yeah, that gets way deep into the metaphysics.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really
I'm
want
more
to go there right
interested
now.
in the whole truth conversation, like, because it seems that a lot of people have a lot of different truths, and I'm wondering, is there a universal truth, or is it all subjective to this is my truth and this is your truth, therefore everybody has a truth?
See, I don't know if I agree with that. It's not everybody has their own truth. Either what you think or believe is true or false. And whatever's true is true for everyone, everywhere, at all times. So you can't make it, if you can't make truth subjective, then it ceases to be truth. It's whatever corresponds to reality.
You have to understand that for the majority of the people, as far as we know, flat Earth would be the suggestive one, and they, they would be in reality, and we would be wrong.
Ken put a video out on this topic that I was trying to point at. I'm willing to live stream it if anyone's willing to like watch for a few minutes and see if you can gain something from it.
The reason I simplify things is the more you convolute, the more you drag out the definition of a word, the meaning will get lost. Every meaning of a word should be very concise, whatever that meaning is.
That what you said, it sounds good. The problem is, like with everything that is too good, you have to sometimes think deep about certain things, because to just say some things are true, if you believe in God and I ask you, is God true? You're gonna say yes, God is true. God is real, therefore God is true. If I were to ask an atheist that same question, he would give me a different opinion because he believes otherwise. See, two different truths, two different human beings believe in two different things, and they both asserting that they're true.
Well, here's the thing. Remember what I said a minute ago? A truth is a propositional statement. God exists. Okay, either that statement is true or false. Now, you can get into the definition of what God is. That might be a little bit more. But even in your definition, does your definition correspond to reality? Does that represent who God really is? So it's really still, you're back to that. I mean, yeah, you may have a belief in what you could have a false belief. That means it's not true, but that doesn't mean the truth. The truth is the truth. Either God exists or he doesn't. There's no middle ground. You can believe God doesn't exist. Well, is that belief true or not? Does that make sense? It should be simple.
I don't think these things are very simple. I think we would like them to be simple, but when you're talking about actual true things and how to define these things, it actually gets very complicated because you can blur the lines. People have
Well,
different
how do you blur
truths.
the line? Well, hold on a second. How do you blur the line whether God exists or not? How's that line blurred? Either he doesn't, or he does, or he doesn't. How do you blur that line?
Well, I can blur the line. To get into then what is God?
Well, remember I said that too. I was like, now you can get into your definition of what God is, but even your definition could be true or false. If you can, God could be an impersonal force, or God could be a personal being. That's two options for God, the nature of God. Either one of those statements is true, one is false. If this God is an impersonal force, then he has no personality. He has no way to communicate with or communicate to, or be able to communicate to us. But if he's a being, a person, or have an intelligence, and he can communicate, he can reveal himself. There's things that can happen. Those two realities. It's either one of those two realities. Either God is impersonal or personal. So it doesn't have to be. None of this is complicated. Maybe the description you might think is complicated, but even in that, it's what is true and what is false.
Oh, let me make it a little less complicated. What do you think God is?
God is the creator of all things and the ground of all things, ground of all being.
Well, I think before we get into the God thing, we should stay on the truth thing and the difference between explanation versus description. I got a pretty good.
This is where the blurriness start, right? Because now he's going to get into what he thinks God is.
Well, even in Dysel, you can go down that road. That's fine. But either a description or explanation, either your description is true, or your description is false, or your explanation is true, or your explanation is false. It's still true. That's even, it relates to even what Dysel is going to get into.
Well, it gets into the essence of what something is versus the loosely defined subjective interpretation of what something is from a limited perception. So it's kind of analogous to the car mechanic versus the car racer. Just because you can work on the car and you can build the car from ground up and vice versa back down, doesn't mean you can drive that car, let alone race it. So and the same could go for the car racer. He could be really good at racing cars but not know how to build them. But the point is when you ask somebody what is a car, right, from a philosophical standpoint, and you want to capture what a car is in its complete essence, are you going to defer to the guy that is the mechanic that can build the car from the ground up, or are you going to refer to the guy that can actually sit in that driver's seat and knows what it feels like to hit those those G forces in the turn or whatever it may be, knows what to do when in the the hot seat? Who are you going to ask? And this gets into the explanation versus the description.
Here, this is when you describe what you're saying, what is a car? Well, you have to know its purpose to know what a car is. What it's for.
Absolutely.
Okay. But hold on a second. But then the other step is, what is a car made of? So then that's two different things. You can say a car is made of rubber, plastic, aluminum, steel, copper, whatever, or glass.
Absolutely.
Or you can say, what is a car? What is a car? Well, a car is designed for a person to get behind the wheel to go from one location to another that has four wheels.
Right.
Or whatever. So, I don't. That's if that's what you're saying. I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
Yeah, exactly. That's precisely what I'm pointing out, is the fact that the specs of the car in its entirety doesn't ever explain what the car is. It only describes it. It quantifies it. It gives you the dimensionality of it and the engineering, the anything and everything you could think of pertaining to the car in itself, but never giving an explanation. Whereas the person that drives that car versus the sentence reading, a car is, how you put it, used for mobile purposes, is going to be different in the sense that that race car driver obviously has a passion for what he does, being that he's a race car driver. So he's going to have the more complete explanation as to what a car is versus that description from the specs or the sentence that you laid out, which is, I would say, very inclusive. But can we trust that versus the experienced driver? Or are you going to
Well, I
trust
think what
what,
you're getting,
you know?
well, what you're getting behind, and this is the thing that I think science can't touch. I don't think it can touch it. Is intent. Like, why? What is it? Why did a designer design a car? Now you can get into how he designed the car, but why did he design it? There's an intent behind that, and I don't think science can really touch intent. I don't think it can. It's beyond what the physical, what physics can do, or what science can do.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that the point is descriptions are not explanations, and explanations is, all inclusive and concise within understanding and having, the answer to something. A description might not answer the question, just like the specs of a book on a car not explaining what a car is, just giving you the specs isn't an explanation. It's just a description. And that's analogous to math versus the, having a proper ontological metaphysic. Go ahead.
Well, physics can describe how my coffee makes a pot of coffee, but it can't tell you why I made this pot of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
It can't tell you that.
Or it can't.
Right.
Yeah, it also can't tell you, like you said, why you made the coffee, the feeling that you get when you drink the coffee, the reason you drink the coffee to begin with, the reason the machine was made.
Right. The essence of what it is, right? This touches on the entirety of an explanation, which science doesn't offer in a lot of instances, if not 90%. That's why I say, like, things that like light per se, boiling it down to this particle wave duality, it's just a description. There's really no logical rational explanation within that description. Even it's very, very abstract. But once again, we're dealing with mathematicians only wanting to quantize everything into these discrete particle interactions as their explanation, when it's not even a good one, not even valid in any way. It's ludicrous. That's just one small example. I mean, we can go down the list, but I think you guys get the point. That's why they can't define a field, because there's no discrete particle to point at. It's nothing to do with particles. Or energy, like Zanuck always likes to say. It's the ability to do work. Well, that's not an explanation. That's a vague description. The ability to do something. Sure, but that's not telling me what it is. That's like saying I'm the ability to like run and jump and be happy. Did I tell you who I am or what I am? No. I just gave you one small description of a characteristic that I portray. That's it. Doesn't talk about it, what it is before it was having the ability to do work or portraying that. It's just, or after. It's just, it only talks about the after effect. Physical manifestation of that energy. They only deal with things that they can count. If they can't count it, it doesn't exist. And if they can't count it and it does exist undeniably, then they add things that you can count, such as these particles, virtual particles. Anyhow, I'm gonna play this quick live feed here. It touches on all this stuff. Pretty good video. Check it out if you like. Not, I don't know. Oh shit, I can't share my screen in here? What's up with that, Jeremy?
Hold on 1 second. Let me get the command up. I think it's LV.
No, I'm on my phone, bro.
Yeah, hold on. That might work. Try that. Can you do it?
No.
All right, hold on. I got another one. I think it's SS. All right, try that one. There you go, kiddo.
You wise old dog. Is that your real last name? Tabuga.
Read it. Read the whole thing.
Ali Tabuga.
Yummy.
We have an all-black rugby player in New Zealand. His name is Wayne, and his last name is Kerr.
Oh my God. Stupid.
Yeah.
Here comes Wayne. Forward position. Running down. Oh, that's hilarious.
And yeah, my father always used to say he had a classmate called Stuart, and his last name was Dapples, and his nickname was Stewed Apples.
Shoot apples.
Oh God, that Ken Wheeler's a lively chap. Yeah. Damn. What would make someone so clever put so many colourful tattoos on his fingers?
Yeah, but why did he say that about the word wisdom? The etymology.
He's not always right. I mean, he's got some clever ideas here and there, but the guy's maybe a little overconfident. Maybe I don't know what to call it. If you've seen his videos from when he was much younger, just getting into what you can tell he really was trying to develop his attitude before he knew what he was talking about.
Do you think if he did deep fake on himself and made him look like a hot chick with big boobies, that more people might listen to him?
I don't know. It seems like a lot of people already listen to him. If he changed anything, it might either go south. Nobody really wants to hear a personality like that coming from a hot chick, really. Like,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Ruins hot chicks for you. To look away.
Yeah. When they're that clever, you definitely don't have any chance, right?
Right.
It's like, let me have my wicked way with you. Discernment.
Yeah, I don't want you to figure out every one of my moves before I get to them. God damn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to ask something about Ken Wheeler, but Ken Wheeler aside, I did have time to look into that radiation you brought up, Dicelo. Quite it is quite interesting.
Yeah. The Chernikov radiation.
Yeah. I think you might be misunderstanding what is meant by faster than light, because I don't know if you noticed this, but it's an observation that's made in water, So they're basically just saying that this radiation coming off the material is moving faster than the light moves through that material, which is true.
Okay.
Not faster than the speed of light, just faster than light through that material.
Kosho, do you know the actual number for the refraction during the black swan? Like, normally it's 7/6R, but this day it was like 2 million, a couple thousand. I've heard infinite.
And I understand why you would be confused, because Witsit and others, repeat it as you just did. But there's nothing that, like refraction in general, isn't calculated or isn't described in reference to the radius. It's just that standard refraction is a what do you call that? Like a short, it's like a shortcut that you can use, and they use the radius. They use 7/6R because it's an easy way to show what that curve's doing. You just multiply the radius by whatever 116%, and then what the curve's doing. But that's not how, like, when you do that equation backwards and you derive this, I think it was 400/7R or 400/6R or whatever it is. This has nothing to do with the radius at all. Like, that's
I'm not confused. Witsit and them aren't the ones that confuse me. It's your boy Ruhif, who's talking about 7, infinite over 6R. And also Ruhif has a 3-page calculation on refraction. The formula, Ruhif's formula, is 3 pages long.
And it says 400/6R?
No, I've heard Ruhif say infinite over 6R. Ruhif has a 3-page calculation for this refraction. So Witsit's not the one confusing me, right? Don't worry about Witsit. It's you guys. You're the guys that are the ones that are confusing.
Well, Witsit's the one who repeats that over and over. But like I said, that's not how you don't reference the radius in that way. Like, it doesn't. That's only used because that's standard refraction.
Well, you have to know how much the medium is curving, right, to know how much the refraction is going to be.
The medium curving.
Yeah, you got angles to a density gradient.
The medium's curving at the same rate regardless. What do you mean?
Well,
you have to know. Go ahead, Graham.
Yeah, I was going to say that's because our what the hell is it called? Gradient curves. Yeah, so that's what he's talking about. The curve.
Yeah, you have to know how much it curves to know how much refraction you're going to have, right?
Yeah, but that gradient curve isn't going to change by that much. It doesn't change to 400/6R. It doesn't change to the 400 times the radius of the Earth.
No, of course not. You have the calculation, and then you got to plug the R value in, right? You know how much the R's got to. I don't know what you're talking about when you don't need to use the R. You got to know how much the refraction is going to be.
Yeah, that R is right. That's what we assume that radius to
no doubt
baseline, and then right. So I mean, that's the part that's hard for us to admit.
Yeah, Coach shows a little. It scares Coach a little bit, I think, maybe.
Yeah, so the 7/6R, the refractive index, right? you can't apply what would 400 over 6 be? Like 80 or something like that. You wouldn't you wouldn't make there's no refractive index of 80. Doesn't make sense.
So
that's some slide
it was,
reversal.
yeah, so it was 7/6R that day.
No, it wasn't 7 over. That's a short. That's a shortcut for refraction. You don't use standard when standard refraction can't be used. You simply don't use standard refraction. That's just like I said.
Yeah, so the standard part is the 7. So you would change that 7 with another number, and then it wouldn't be standard anymore, right?
No, but no, that whole 7/6R is that's that way that you're doing that shortcut that works for standard refraction. It's a lot more complicated when you don't have standard refraction.
So that day it was 7/6R refraction.
Jesus.
Last one day.
Stop.
No. No, that wasn't 7/6R. So we would change that number.
Well, I mean, no, he'll never say it was.
Which number would we change in the 7/6R thing?
The equation is much more complicated.
Equation would not be used. There's no change in the number. You don't use the equation at all.
Yeah, that shortcut is available when you have standard refraction. So you're lucky there. Otherwise, refraction is not so simple to calculate.
This one's gonna start crying in the pool again. Don't pinch the baby. God damn it.
My bad. What were we talking about?
No,
so we're not going to use 7/6R. So we only use 7/6R when we see a globe.
Nope.
In standard refraction, that's just when in the normal conditions, in average conditions.
Yeah.
So sometimes we only use it when it's normal, when it looks like when we get the drop that we assume, right?
Yeah.
Standard refraction is standard refraction because it's the most common, and you can get this refraction standardly when the weather conditions are basically normal and you're not on over the surface, like you're above the surface. You're also not over water. So, somewhere viewing it from like a mountain or viewing it from top of a building or stuff like this, you can generally assume it's standard refraction, and you would most of the time be correct. That's where you can use standard refraction. Otherwise, you have to calculate the refraction, and it's a lot more complicated than just coming up with a number to multiply it by, or multiply the radius by.
One column of cold air goes between you and the observed whatever it is from that distance, and your standard refraction is out the window.
That's when you get the crazy refractive effects and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's why using it just like that, when you're just trying to change the 7 to some other number and then deriving it backwards like that, yeah, it's gonna look weird, but that's because that's not really how you're supposed to do it. Man, you know who's the most annoying person to talk to as always? Bev. Jesus, man. I only went in there to listen, and of course I had to fucking talk with him and answer his weird questions.
I remember one time Bev had me on his thing, and I was just trying to get him like, okay, well, hold the middle up, and he just wouldn't do it. Just pull the middle up, bro.
Middle up.
Well, it was just some little thing. He was like, he was complicating. He was like dancing around doing exactly what I wanted him to do.
Yeah.
Right? He had everything out, and he was just like manipulating things, but only the way he wanted to manipulate them. He would not let me say or do. I'll be like, pull the middle up. Let me show you what happens when you pull up. All right, well, so you're making it another water level. Now that you've cut that one in half, now you have two. And he's like, ha ha ha, you idiot. I'm like, what are you talking about? Look, you're clearly doing that. It was just so obvious that the guy was just like, I couldn't, it was just like, I couldn't
His
really.
crew,
Here's the thing. To me, I felt like he was just a bullshitter. That's what it felt like. He was
yeah, but his
straight up-
crew loved.
Well, I know, but I mean, there's people who love vomit porn. You know what I mean? I can't speak to that. Why they love him.
It's like Nathan Oakley's crew. Like people like us like watch it like what the fuck. But
Oh yeah,
like
the
his
rhetoric guys, the ones that listen to rhetoric over, that conforms to their bias over actual evidence to anything. It's a feel-good room, dude. I mean, as long as he starts laughing at you, then they all join in. Nobody knows what they're even laughing at.
I posted one picture about like this geodetic surveying like a geoid and ellipsoid, and he said he'd never seen it before. I thought it was like one of the most common pictures, and he says he's like got the certificate for surveying, and then he had like everybody in his chat was reposting it with like a laughing emoji. I'm like, why is that even funny? It's like a standard. It's like the most common geodetic picture. It's like weird.
Well, it's the church. I call it the Church of Taco Bell.
Why do you call it that?
Well, because in that movie, Idiocracy, or was it Idiocracy, or was it like Judge Dredd? Or everybody was really stupid, and Taco Bell was the fucking top of the line, like the church.
No, dude, wasn't that fucking Demolition Man?
Oh yeah, with
That is also Sylvester Stallone.
Sylvester Stallone and what's his name? Fucking Blade. What's his fucking name?
Wesley Snipes. Yeah.
Wesley Snipes. Yeah, a Wesley Snipes type.
Yeah, I forgot that.
The Church of Taco Bell, though. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
But yeah, that's it for the whole thing. I thought I was just kind of bored. I was just seeing what was going on in there. He said it was like Friday free for all. But they love it when they get because I guess they barely get Globers over there now. They're 24/7.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, who's allowed over there anymore? I get every time I get it re-invited over there. I mean, since for the past, I haven't been over there in like a year or two. I get kicked out in 15 minutes. So I quit doing it. I'm like, man, this is just like so they can feed their own egos and go, ah, get the fuck out of here. And then, yeah, you feel good for 5 minutes.
Yeah, but yeah, they 24/7. I didn't think I was how far.
Well, it's the eagerness to, take these adult ideas and things and try to drive them into children. And you don't know who these children's parents even are. And that bugged me one day because that's why the last time I got kicked out and never attempted to go back in. Because I was like noticing that there was like this weird vibe going on where all these adults were getting all frenzical and wanting to really, get into the mind of this like 11 or 12-year-old boy that was there. You know what I mean? I'm like, guys, man, where's this guy? This kid's parents. Why are we all just like, what are we doing here, dude? You got just chatting it up with some minors on your thing over here, and then I got kicked.
Yeah, a lot of dudes got a problem with that whole thing. Even Gio said that he wasn't a fan of that. But yeah, that's always
It felt very predatorial, man. It was weird. It felt predatorial as fuck, and I'm like, man, I don't want any part of this anyway.
They shit. Yeah, they used to get. I mean, I stopped DMing people a long time ago, but there was a time where I was going in there and I would DM the new people because their arguments were so basic, and the 24/7 people's arguments were well known to everybody except for the new people. So, anyways, I would just DM, like if it was a kid, especially, I would DM them and just be like, "Yeah, this is what the answer is, dude." Whatever. Because they would revel in making these kids look like idiots.
Yeah,
like,
trying to make them look like idiots and shit, and make them feel bad and everything. It was weird, man. Predatorial as fuck. I didn't even appreciate it.
Yeah, just so you're aware, Kosho, what you said about Chernikov radiation only existent in water isn't actually accurate. It only takes like a dielectric medium, such as like a clear substance, whether it be gas or a liquid or a vacuum. So again, my point still stands.
Anything other than a vacuum. What it is.
Other than a vacuum, right?
It doesn't work in a vacuum. It doesn't happen in a vacuum.
Well, does a vacuum actually exist by definition? Because I often heard the claims that space is a vacuum, and then others say it's not. So where are you at?
Well, it doesn't even.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever witnessed an absolute vacuum.
Okay.
I don't think that's ever been observed anywhere. But I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that we have nothing on Earth that could create an absolute vacuum.
So then you believe it's out there?
No. I don't believe in absolute vacuums. I'm a plasma. That's the whole thing, tenet behind.
I was talking to Kosho about it, but it was kind of like directing it towards Kosho.
Yeah, but yeah, so that thing, the radiation thing, it doesn't even work. It doesn't even work in a near vacuum. So it doesn't work unless you have some other medium.
Enough of the other medium to actually interact with the light.
You got to be a little more specific, because like we said, an absolute vacuum doesn't exist. Sound like you agreed with that, but then
For people who don't yet understand, then I'll make it specific. Anything that's going to
say I have like 3 atoms of gas in a vacuum, right? It's not an absolute vacuum, but that light ray, it can pass through there without ever touching those 3 things of gas. That's probably why it's not, such a big deal. I think, you know what I mean, with near a vacuum. Because even a near vacuum, you lessen the effects of a medium by almost 100%, right? If not 100%, sometimes. You see what I mean?
If I shined a laser through a vacuum tube, you're saying I wouldn't be able to illuminate the other side of that chamber?
Why would I say that? That doesn't make any sense.
You're saying light doesn't exist in a vacuum? Is that what I heard you say?
No, you did not hear me say that.
All right.
I said that there's not as many particles in a near vacuum for the light to interact with to create this, slowing down or giving it more contact points so that it changes direction enough to where it has actually slowed itself down, right? There's not a straight column of particles in the way. You know what I'm trying to say?
I'm getting what you're saying, but I think that you kind of came to the conversation late, because this was mentioned earlier, that I was explaining how Chernikov radiation supposedly travels faster than the speed of light, contradicting a lot of points from mainstream physics today.
Light through a particular medium. It's not the actual.
Right. I understand that, and that's why I was addressing, because he kind of like classified it as a liquid, earlier on, and I was just saying that it could be air as well, or
air. We use fluid dynamics when we quantify air and its mechanics too, right? So that might.
It'd be more like within pneumatic principles, I think, but I fairly close and synonymous, but a little different.
Yeah, I said water.
Very different, but some similarities. Yeah, you're exactly right.
I said water is a shorthand. Yeah, and any medium that's not a vacuum, as long as anything, because light slows down in every medium, right? Unless it's if it's close in a vacuum, differences are going to be negligible or not even present. So,
But does it actually slow down, or does it just run into more turns?
Well, yeah, the light has to, ultimately be moved slower, like for whatever reason, you know what I mean? Like whatever reason, slower in a medium. This is what gives that effect, because effectively the charge, the charged particle that's radiating off the material is going to be moving faster than that, because it's going to be closer to the speed of light than the actual light.
Here's why, right? For his that some of that radiation, right, is not like visible light type radiation, and it goes, or even X-rays, things like that, and it can go through materials, matter, without all of that refractionary, stuff that's going on. So it doesn't really slow down. It continues to go at its propagated rate as if that matter wasn't really even there, while the other slower, less energetic light actually gets, turned left, turned right, turned left, turned right, turned left, turned right, until it seems like it slows down because it took longer to get to its destination. Is that it just feels like that's right.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. But it could be. What I read was just about charged particles, or about like the electrons or something else, or whatever else, charged particles. But like I said, I've only learned about this just now, so I don't really know much about it, to be honest.
X-rays can go through most matter without actually, it's not most matter. I'm
I
talking
posted
about
a
like
link
certain
there,
liquids and stuff.
Kosho, if you want to learn more about it. There's a link in the live stream text one, and yeah.
Is it gonna
Above that is a
validate?
specific
Oh.
quote. What's that?
The point you made though about it contradicting, our known speed of light.
It says Chernikov radiation moving through the atmosphere with velocity larger than the local speed of light, and then puts in context here: the vacuum speed of light divided by the refractive index of the air emit Chernikov light. This light emitted on the narrow cone around the direction of the particle.
Okay. So it says, like, so right there, it's not talking about the speed of light. It's talking about the specific light in a vacuum. Light in a medium, right?
Atmospheric, but then like I said, it puts in parentheses there. It says the vacuum speed of light divided by the refractive index of the air.
Yeah, that's the refractive index of the air is just the speed light travels through the air, or it's defined by the speed light travels through the air. So then, you get something greater than.
I don't think the speed of light determines the refractive index. That's all like. Isn't that all based on conditions?
No, it's ultimately based on the speed of light through that medium.
Yeah, but isn't that? That's a constant, like depending on the medium. So, like that's already kind of laid out, isn't it?
Well, yeah,
it's referencing the vacuum speed of light divided by the refractive index.
Yeah, so that give you a number a little bit greater than 1, and that number will be how much faster this particle thing or whatever is moving compared to the light speed of that specific medium. But regardless, the refractive index is directly related to, if not, is defined by the speed of light in that medium. And it's constant.
It seems like they're saying it precedes the particle.
It precedes the particle? No, the particle precedes light. That's why they compare it to a sonic boom, and the thing moving faster than the speed of sound. So this particle is moving faster than the speed of light in that medium, but it's not moving faster than the speed of light, in a vacuum.
Sounds circular to me.
Hmm.
A form of begging the question.
Yep. Kosho has many nuances of begging the question, with sometimes quite detailed explanations as well. What do you think, Kosho? Is it begging the question?
Of course, apparently, every time I call out a logical fallacy, it's never valid. Not one single time, even though I can define it, even though I can use the person's words to form what they've already formed as a logical fallacy, and they'll still say, no, you don't understand. You're dumb. You're this. You're that. Okay. I'd like to know what they think is begging the question and an example of it, and how it differs from, if they define it correctly, how it differs from their beliefs.
That's a non sequitur. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
Well, it isn't related. That's true. Or maybe it is kind of related, which would make it a red herring.
I would almost think there are no islands in space. Everything is somehow related to something. Except these damn blue paper clips.
So spectroscopy on the stars, that would be begging the question, wouldn't it?
So I don't know. I wouldn't be in the formulation.
You're a bit muffled, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. It would depend on the formulation of the argument.
Did you guys figure out what truth is while I was gone?
It's wisdom.
Wisdom. Wisdom and truth are the same thing? Doesn't sound right.
It's not. Truth is what is. It exists outside of us. Wisdom is the ability to know it.
I thought I had some pretty good definitions of truth and wisdom, but I guess nobody agreed with me.
What do you got?
I just got
Truth is whatever corresponds to reality.
no, because I mean, reality is fairly subjective, and I mean, I don't think any branch of science has ever accurately defined reality. That would require wisdom, which is not empirical knowledge. Separate from that,
Wait a minute.
watched a bunch of
So you're
videos
saying
on.
reality is subjective? Really?
Well, yeah, it is because not everybody shares the same reality.
Well, here, hang on a second though. If we both looking at a tree, right? Either the tree exists or it doesn't. How's that a subjective form of
but
reality?
what color is that tree? What color is that tree, though? That's the issue.
Well, if I see green, I point out, so that color that I see is green, and you agree with my description of what they're saying is the color green, it doesn't mean that it's still not green.
Well, I mean, again, green is subjective to the observer. Like, there's colorblind people. There's other creatures probably that don't recognize green. You know what I'm saying? But in my opinion, like, we can agree on green. But I'm just saying, like,
well, hang on a second. What is green though? What is the color green? What is that?
Yellow and blue.
I know, but it's a frequency of light, right? A certain frequency.
But I mean, with our eyeballs, we're not going to go, oh, this is at this particular angstrom, right? We're not going to know that, right? This is at this frequency, because we're not looking at it with an objective eyeball, are we? We can bring in some equipment and then test the wavelength and then get an objective. I agree with you on that. But I mean, just two people standing in the woods, as the example you gave, looking at a tree, they're not going to have the same reality in most cases.
Okay, your perception of reality and reality are two separate things.
That's exactly right. But someone's perception of reality is what he's arguing is as reality. So
I know, but you can't. Okay,
I'm not gonna. I'm not trying to chip away at your idea. I'm just trying to shore it up with, by arguing what he before he gets to it.
But I don't think I don't think that your rebuttal meets his definition of what truth is, which is that which exists outside of us is something that is related to reality.
Yeah, well, I was just saying.
So when it comes to wisdom, that's more of what you're talking about, maybe. And we can probably
that's why I was
dig
combining
into
it, because wisdom, truth, and explanation are all three in one the same thing.
No. Well, I mean, explanation. You could say explanation is a propositional statement. My car runs on gasoline. As a propositional statement. Now, is that true or not? My car could be electric, could be a Tesla, or it's a vehicle that runs on gasoline. So, true. I mean, you could say a description. Does your description describe reality? Your description is true or false. Either it corresponds or it doesn't. So, even back to that. But wisdom to me is knowledge applied, because I can gain all. And I said this earlier. So, I can learn how fire works, and wisdom will take the fire and either warm my house, create a combustion engine, or do something else with it.
Yeah.
You gain knowledge that what does fire do? It burns and it creates heat. What can you do with that heat? Wisdom is creating something with the heat.
That's just intelligence. That's just description. That's just knowledge.
Well,
that's not wisdom. Like,
no, reapplying it somewhere else that you haven't learned already is what was
I like that. I like that statement. Wisdom is applied knowledge, like applied in the sense of like having like actual application, not just theoretic or abstract or conceptualized. But yeah, like
you might
like
agree
that.
with this. You might agree with this. It's wisdom is when electric universe proponents see plasma interactions and then use those same things they see in a laboratory to explain some of these cosmological events, being that they know that plasma is out there in those systems, and that would be wisdom to match up what you are seeing to somewhere else. You know what I mean? Being able to apply, those ideas to something way outside the.
That's definitely correlation. Using what you experience to describe something that you don't experience, other than looking at it. That's very dangerous.
Who is it that just said that color is the frequency of light?
Me.
I also wanted to respond to that too, because obviously this is very important for people who lay wire work. And when someone is instructed to get a green colored or a blue coated wire, each and every individual is going to get what we call blue or green or whatever. Like, so that's not.
No,
regardless of regardless of
green.
how we. Yeah, but that's a special case now, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's not
because not most people are colorblind, are they?
Yeah, but you said everybody's going to come back with that blue. When everybody
even colorblind
anymore, it's about everybody.
Yeah, but even colorblind people who understand that they're colorblind, if you tell them to grab something green, they will, because they understand their issue.
You don't
they've
understand what I'm saying.
associated the word
My dad
green with that
cannot
specific
tell the
color. I mean,
difference.
I could get that.
Listen,
But
my dad
again,
sees gray.
their green and your green aren't the same green.
Right,
That
my
was the
dad
point.
sees gray when he sees red or green.
Let me jump back.
Yeah,
Let me jump back in.
but this is nitpicking, isn't it? Like,
wait a minute, dude. Mind if I finish? I mean, just a second. Come on, damn, it's not a struggle, is it? I'm just trying to talk. My dad sees gray when he looks at green and red, or used to before he died. And he couldn't hand me a green, or it would always be a 50-50 guess. It's literally the same shade to him.
Okay, but everybody that does wiring work is definitely going to know what the red wire is or the blue wire. Like that's just a definite because
that's why we owe me to check them sometimes. People who are colorblind and electrician, I'm an electrician, right?
Well,
we always have to use an meter, whether or not we know if it's a red wire or a blue wire. We check to see the current.
But to say that some people are colorblind in the face of me saying that green is an objective color, is like when you say they're colorblind, it's because hold on. You said not to interrupt you. You said not to interrupt you. So for people who are colorblind, they're color impaired. That doesn't mean that they have a different subjective reality of the color green. They don't experience the color green. Very different things.
No, it's absolutely the same thing. You just said when you said all people, that was the only point I took up on. When I just said, well, some people are colorblind, therefore you can change your statement from not all people to some people, right? That's all.
People who have a normal people who typically have the visible spectrum, right? Typically, yes, they're going to pick.
We have to correct you.
Let's pick a different color. Okay, let's pick a different color. Ultraviolet. Most humans cannot see ultraviolet. Probably 99.9% cannot see ultraviolet light. Is ultraviolet light real or not real? Trying to make this simple. Is ultraviolet light real or not real? Because I can't perceive it, but is it real or not real?
I think that's to you, Eli, because he knows how I feel on it.
So ultraviolet light does not exist. It's not real because I can't perceive it.
I don't think Eli wants to talk to you.
I guess not. Why not? I thought that was a very simple
I don't think he's
statement.
in the room.
Oh.
I don't think he's in the room. He might have fell out.
Yeah, usually.
But yeah, Sure. Let's just say it does.
Okay, so it's not about perception or what you can perceive or how you process information. It's whether it exists or not.
Yeah, we've measured it with equipment.
Okay, so same thing with the colorblind. Just because they can't perceive the color green like me or you can, that doesn't mean the color green does not exist. It still exists. They just can't perceive it. It's the same thing.
Yeah, well, I just made that argument. You're right. I already know that. I mean, I don't know if you're telling me that or him. But...
I was just telling whoever was saying that it's purely like nature of reality is just purely your perception. That's what I was trying to get to. Your perception is.
People do that. I mean, like when he said always, all I wanted to correct was that there is occasional outliers, right? And then he had to point it out that no, there's occasional outliers. I mean, yeah, but that's what I'm pointing out, right? And then the same with what you're doing right now is no one said that it is purely a subjective thing. It's subjective purely to an observer who doesn't have any equipment and he has no other knowledge of the situation. We walk in together, two cavemen out of the blue, and we're looking at something, and I'm saying we can both see two different colors of a thing. So without using equipment to make sure that we know that there's a particular wavelength of light and all of these things, then so far for most of humankind, that type of shit's been subjective.
I mean, even just people's ontological perception of reality, or like what they subscribe to as far as a creator, or or not. I mean, all these things, you know what I'm saying? Like the ultimate makeup of reality. I'm not talking about the finite things that, I mean, of course we're navigating ourselves through reality pretty smoothly, right? I'm in my 40s, so I've been able to navigate myself, somehow by following some sort of a common understanding.
Yeah, I just
reality,
have a simple rule. I just avoid needles.
I'm talking about the overall.
Yeah, I know.
Overarching understanding.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we're in the server, right? Or at least the flat Earth versus globe debate.
Yeah, I'm not in that debate. Give me it.
No. But point is we're not all in agreement here. Like, not everybody. You know what I mean? Everybody's kind of got a different, explanation as to their reality.
Well, I mean, is reality okay? So you're saying reality is purely subjective?
No,
no, that's not what I'm saying, dude.
Take the word purely out, because that's a very limiter. That's a limiter, right? It is partially subjective. There are things in reality which cannot be proven scientifically, which is literally almost everything. Once you get down to the fundamental basics of everything, you realize that it could all be very subjective. I mean, we have arbitrarily classified and, categorized things, yes, but those are our classifications and categorizations, and all could be wrong.
And it's all subjective to interpretation. Exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to explain when I said that things are very blurry when we're talking about truth, because something true for you could not be true for me, and we could both believe it. These are the examples of the things that I was trying to say earlier.
Well, no, I mean, if you're getting into interpretation of data, hold on a second. If you're getting into interpretation of data, that there is a subjectivity to the interpretation of the data, but either the data is either true or false, so it's either real or not real. So whatever you're interpreting, how you're interpreting the data. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there's not a true real world out there, or a true real reality that is not subjective.
I'm not saying that's I'm not at all saying that's nihilistic for sure, but to say that everybody kind of has a different understanding as to their reality wouldn't be far off, because just look at all the different religions and cosmologies, and I mean it's all out there. pretty obvious we can't all agree on one thing pertaining to reality as is, you know, in that sense. Talking about the macro, I guess, rather than the micro.
Does truth need consensus, or does reality need consensus? Or is reality purely built on consensus?
Sorry, what was your question, Napalm?
Does truth require consensus, or does reality require consensus? Or is it consensus that creates reality?
Yeah, I don't agree with the last part. That consensus creates reality, but
In
no.
a way, consensus does create reality, although it isn't really consensus because they consensus on some information provided by a source.
And I don't think it's I don't think truth requires consensus. That was the first part you said, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think I don't think that's the case. I think truth exists regardless of whether you are aware of it or not, right? But it's I think an explanation, a concise explanation, with consistent of truth.
Go back to when you were 6 months old, lying in your crib, and just remember what it was like. All you saw was colors and shapes, and you heard sounds, and you had temperature fluctuations and touch, and that's reality. And whatever from that point onwards that you now know, you've established as your consensus of reality, right?
No, I don't think things require one to concede upon its existence. I think, you know, things exist regardless of your conscious awareness of it or conceding to its existence. So, yeah. Yeah.
Like for those pygmies living wherever they live, they have a totally different reality from someone who lives in New York and catches the metro every day to work, or from that German guy that drives on the Autobahn for 2 hours to get to work from the countryside. You know, they have their own reality, their own little world. They don't need to know about technology.
They don't have a different reality. They have a different experience of reality.
They what?
I would say they have a different experience within reality. I wouldn't say that they have a different reality.
You can use the word reality with both meanings.
Yeah, I guess we would be at the point where we would have to define reality.
Yeah, I think there's the ultimate reality or the objective reality. And
Did you
there's
ever
like
see the? Sorry.
and there's the subjective reality, which is like the what we experience as reality. So if you would live in a simulation, that would be your reality, but that wouldn't be the objective reality. So I think the word reality can be applied in both ways, but they don't mean the same thing.
Exactly. Like there was a video I posted not long ago. It was an interview that Lex Friedman did with some dude, and he was explaining his book. Reality is an illusion. And that in that description of reality, I think there's is a total different experience than your truth. You know, I think these two words can be interchangeable.
Truth and reality.
Yeah, yeah.
So can truth be subjective?
Yeah, it can, right? I think it can.
But is there always a objective truth?
In your reality, yeah.
No, I don't believe in that. I mean, if that were the case, then everybody would be in agreement. There would be no reason for debate or dispute. So
That's why the consensus issue comes in. Forms part of our society, and we all agree on it.
yeah, well, that's what it takes, but that's not necessarily ever getting to truth. That's only touching on a small aspect of it. It would take a metaphysical conversation to be had to get to ultimate truth or objective truth. But explanation's good enough for now. So
Yeah, I'm
that's
just
why I
thinking
said.
about. I was just gonna say, when we get into the conversations of subjective and objective, there's different topics or things that we could go into where there seems to be a non-consensus as to whether there is an objective to that subject, right? So if we talk about morality, some people would say that morality is purely subjective and that there is no objective reality. Or I'm sorry, there's no objective morality.
Well,
I think falling into the camp of the topics of morality, truth, and reality, if you fall into the subjective camp, you seem to fall into the subjective camp of all of these categories.
How about the scenario? How about the scenario when you have a hypnotist on stage and everybody in the audience, and including the invited members on stage, they all have an understanding, a truth of what they're doing and what they can see, and then the hypnotist, he hypnotizes those bunch of people on stage, changes their perception, it changes their ideas and what they believe, their truth. They can see the apple or they cannot. You know, everybody on stage, they can't see the apple, but everybody that's in the audience can still see the apple. What is that? Is that a belief, or is it truth, or is it a consensus? What's happening there?
Is there an apple? Is an apple present?
What's the difference between the apple and the seed? I mean, they both have the same DNA and genetic makeup. So
Yeah, but I'm wondering if there's an actual apple present within this hypnosis scenario.
Missed it.
If somebody gets hypnotized to think that there is an apple there, is the objective truth that there's a apple there?
Well, I would say from the quantum perspective, the apple would be there and potentially affect reality as we know it.
There's an apple in superimposition. No matter what. There's a superposition apple.
You know, they like to talk about the knower, the conscious observer affecting, you know, the pathway of the particle and whatnot.
Yeah. It's interesting theory.
Yeah, that's putting it lightly.
I'm being nice.
A little too nice.
Oh, tanks into house. What up?
Hey, Ruhif, you're a patriotic man. What do you think about what's your position on the idea of remote viewing, which has obviously been used in the military?
What's remote viewing?
Oh no.
You mean like software that lets you sort of look at other people's screens, or?
It's the ability to be able to put yourself in a position where you can see something going on in another location just by using your mind.
I see no evidence and no reason why that would be possible.
It's already been documented and explained that the US government has been using that for years as a technique to be able to see what the opposition are getting up to.
Right.
Oh well, if you don't know about it, I guess you can't talk about it.
Yeah, it obviously does sound like bullshit though. So.
Yeah, I heard this guy back when Obama was president who claimed that he was in a secret military remote viewing operation and that they did missions to Mars through remote viewing. And he did this with Obama, and he said he was going to be the next president or the president in whatever election.
You know, I've got a 2005 signed Time magazine cover from Obama. Because I knew, well, for 2006 I think it is actually, I knew in 2006 he was going to be president.
Did you remote view that?
No. I just made a prediction that came true.
When did he get elected?
End of 2008, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah, so he gave the speech at the Democratic convention, and I was like, you're the man. You will win. Do you know who I think will be president in probably 2028?
Hugh Jackman.
Buttigieg.
Is this your prediction?
That is my prediction, yes.
Who is this?
Pete Buttigieg.
Pete.
Yeah, currently Minister for Transportation, I think, Secretary for Transportation.
Buttigieg.
Yes. 2028 or 2032, but one of those, I reckon.
Are you hoping that he will be?
I like him, yeah. Yeah, I think he's really good.
What do you like about him?
He's pretty fucking smart. He's pretty smart.
What
he
leads
goes
you
on
to
Fox
believe that
News.
he's smart?
I can tell when people are smart. He goes on Fox News and fucking smashes them. He's I wouldn't call him snarky at all, but he slips in some pretty good comebacks to bullshit from the
Be right
from the
back.
opponents.
Trump did the same thing, right? So
Trump's an idiot.
does that make Trump smart?
Is he Democrat or Republican?
He's Democrat.
Oh no.
Yeah. New perspective. If this is about fucking remote viewing, I just don't care. Yeah, I don't care. Why is everyone on mute? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so if No Tanks is listening, right, we all understand that these eclipses happen every, the Saros cycle shit, right? What is the geometry? What is the model that explains it? Not just what is the timing of it.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah. No, I would like to get to that point, but they won't even concede that they repeat. So it's like, let's just get that out of the way, like in 2 seconds.
No, that there's
Is
not.
there a possibility that there is no explanation? That
There
there have to be one?
Actually, we
Well,
have.
there is one.
The problem with the Saros cycle is there's not only a Saros cycles. There's like 100 or 250 Saros cycles.
Yeah, but there is a repetition to it. But what explains the repetition? What is the geometry? What is the model? What is the physical reality that makes that thing repeat like that?
And why can the globe model with the heliocentric model give much better prediction than the Saros cycles? It says there's going to be a eclipse of some kind somewhere, and
And the path, obviously, the path and everything. Yeah, timing, exact timing.
Yeah, the path, maybe. Right. I mean, that'd be great. I just don't want to start that conversation with them. They already went into lying about they don't repeat, blah blah blah. It's like, it's gonna take 40 minutes just to get to that. It's like I'm already tired of it.
well, it's tough to debate with people that just can lie their asses off.
That is true.
When you're constrained by facts and science, and they can just make some shit up on the fly.
Weren't you in here earlier saying it's all a gray area when it comes to science?
There are gray areas in science.
So there's no facts.
There are facts. Facts are not. Facts are observable things, though. Facts are not conclusions. You do not have a fact at the end of a
So
science
gray
experiment.
facts, gray area facts, huh?
There's a lot of things we don't know. This is not a weakness.
No, I'm saying when you call something a fact, you're not calling it a gray area.
See, this is the problem. You guys expect. This is one of the traits of people that don't understand science is they expect science to be nice and neat and black and white and good and bad and
Well,
all
if you're
that.
calling it a fact, it sounds like black and white.
No.
I understand what a fact is. Yeah.
Why don't you explain truth to us, NASA? Where
Oh
you
no,
left
no.
off?
Again, I don't discuss metaphysics with people.
Oh, okay. So truth is a
Because that's
metaphysical
the
thing.
thing. You guys want to get away from physics and talk about metaphysics because then you can talk all this wooey shit and nobody can say any different.
Wooey shit. What are you talking
about? Oh, please.
Oh, you mean it's like unfalsifiable, so nobody
No,
can
I
say
mean
anything
wooey,
different?
wooey shit like the flat Earth and what else? Conspiracies.
That's not
and,
wooey. We experience a stationary level Earth. That's not wooey. That's just reality.
No, we don't. No, we don't actually.
You don't think we experience a stationary level Earth?
Nope.
Oh, then you're just like way off from most ballers being able to
Well,
at least admit that.
Well, you see,
Are you
you
saying
can-
do you feel it? Are you saying do you feel rotation?
I'm saying
I
all
don't
of our
feel
100%
rotation.
of our experience throughout our whole life
Nope.
would lead us to believe that we're on a
Not-
stationary level plane.
Nope, not 100% because I've had experiences that only work on the globe.
Well, your observations of the skies or your interpretation of boats disappearing or horizons, those are interpretations, not experience.
So, no, that's
That's
experience.
interpretation.
No, that's experience. Also, I've flown airplanes over great circle routes that don't work on the flat Earth. So
Your interpretation of again,
no, that's
you don't
not
have any. You don't have any Coriolis, so your airplane
no.
analogy
It's not
not gonna work.
Coriolis.
Your airplane reference is like
Coriolis
bad
is a
way to go
totally
for you
different
guys.
thing. Coriolis is a totally different thing. We're talking about great circle routes from, say, I don't know, Los Angeles to London, and the fact that when you do that, you fly up over Churchill. How come
How
when you
about
fly
southern
from London,
hemisphere NASA? Sydney
how come when you,
to Santiago, Perth
Sydney,
to
Santiago?
Johannesburg.
Well, we don't even get into the southern hemisphere. Let's just talk about northern hemisphere for a while. How come you fly from London to Seattle? Seattle's actually south of London. So how come when you do that, you fly up over the Arctic Circle, but between Greenland and Baffin Island is your highest point? You're just above the Arctic Circle at that point. Why would that
If the
be?
world was spinning below you, it'd be a lot harder to get there, I'm sure.
No, again, conservation of momentum, but you don't understand. That's a very
How long
basic
does that conservation of momentum last, by the way? Is that
forever,
indefinite?
Yeah, yes.
Forever? Now you sound stupid.
No, it's true. Unless acted upon by another force.
That's just ridiculous. You guys
I don't give a shit. You can say it's ridiculous all you want. It's true. It'll last forever.
You don't give a shit is a better answer.
It will last forever as long as it's not acted on by another force.
Yeah. So
Well,
that plane,
you can
the
laugh.
plane
You
that
laugh all
takes
you want.
off at the equator is always going to be going 1,000 miles per hour automatically, no matter what, forever. No matter where it flies, how many circles it does, no matter how many tangential speeds it goes over.
You
So
don't
if that's the
measure
case,
airplanes.
if that lasts forever, when it goes into a different tangential speed, then it should be going faster than the speed that's slower.
Okay, well,
You said it lasts forever.
Airplanes are acted upon by many different forces. One of the big ones is air resistance, but and we don't measure airplanes by their absolute speed. We measure them relative to the surface of the Earth.
Well, that would be nice, because then relative to the
It's
surface
called
of the
ground
Earth,
speed.
it should be going faster when it goes into a slower tangential speed, if that conservation of momentum lasts forever.
It does, actually.
Well, then it'd be going 1,000 miles per hour,
You
linear
understand
or
that airplanes
sideways,
can,
when it goes into a 750 mile tangential speed, if it
you
lasts
understand that happens. You understand that happens slowly, and that airplanes have these big things on the wings that make thrusts that cause it to go faster, slower. You're familiar with that?
Oh, so that didn't goes against your theory that
Actually,
the
no, it
tangent
doesn't
that,
at all.
that the conservation of momentum
Because
lasts forever.
it's being acted on by another force, i.e., wind drag and that.
Oh, wind drag. Okay, so wind drag, which goes in all
That's
directions.
force.
How can you say that
That's
the wind goes in one direction? I mean, this is an old argument. You guys
the wind
lost
does.
this one.
What
Every
do you
single
mean?
time I've ever heard it or been in
What do you mean
this
the wind goes
discussion,
in one
you guys are
direction?
just running in circles, trying
What
to
do you mean the wind
bend
goes
over
in one?
backwards to
What do you mean the
explain that
wind
it
goes?
doesn't,
What?
that it
Shut the
works, but
fuck
it doesn't
up!
work.
Yeah,
You just
can we
shut the
have
fuck
a
up
bit
and
of
stop telling me that
back
doesn't
and
work.
forth?
Just say no,
Right. Somebody else can
It's
argue
kind
it.
of
I've
fucking
done it
tiring.
many times.
I'm trying. It's saying no. It's kind of fucking tiring, actually.
Well, just speak one at a time. It's not really about what you think of him. We're trying to hear the actual information. We don't really care that you think he's this or that. Just can you actually say what? Can we just hear what you guys were actually talking about?
Yeah, bit of back and forth would be good.
I think he claimed that the conservation of momentum lasts forever, Gio.
Yep,
and
it does.
Yes, it does.
Unless acted on, unless acted upon by another force.
That's like basic physics.
Anyway, I've been through the Coriolis discussion many times with probably both of you, with many other people. I'm not interested in that discussion right now. I was just mocking the idea that lasts forever, but conveniently,
other than a reified, assumed, begging the question concept of some outer space vacuum, where else is that happening? You said it's real physics, so where are the real physics, Ruhif, of that?
Yeah, show me where it's contradicted.
Everything slows down due to resistance.
Right,
thank you. Unless acted upon by another force. Thank you.
Well done.
No, it just does it on its own.
Thank you. Unless acted upon by another force.
You realize things slow down, right?
It doesn't take another force for that to happen. It just happens.
Actually, why does it happen? It happens because of friction.
It's hitting molecules of air or whatever you're talking about.
That's just
and
another.
Those air molecules have momentum and inertia.
So what I'm asking is, where do you have something that is being in a certain direction, it's moving, and if you don't apply another force to it, it goes forever? Other than a vacuum of outer space that you've never been or tested, where do you have that?
Actually,
that's the only place where it does go forever. Because
okay, so you don't. So it's not real physics. It's your assumed theory.
It's real physics.
It's actual physics.
Literally just a reification because you don't have.
This is
it's a law of physics, Gio. Show me where it's contradicted.
This is the first law.
Paige, you're talking over everyone. Go ahead, Ruhif. What were you saying?
Yeah, show me an example of where it's contradicted. It's a law of physics.
Okay, if it's a law, then it should be able to be shown, right?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you show it? How would you do that?
Like you just said, air resistance, right? You drop a ball in a simple. If you just drop it in the air, right? That rate of acceleration will be different to dropping it in a vacuum chamber because there's no air resistance. Right? Air resistance is a force. It slows the momentum of something.
Force of what, by what, and to what?
What?
What's a force?
Sorry, what? You unmute for like a quarter of a second and that's all I hear.
Yeah, my kid's like acting funny. What's a force?
Resistance to acceleration. Well, sorry, the force. A force accelerates masses. Sorry, wrong definition.
Uh-huh. So that's your definition of force in its
Yeah.
entirety?
It accelerates masses. Yes.
You said what about math?
It accelerates masses. That's what a force is.
It's actually the opposite of that. It's to drive something against resistance. The resistance is not the force. It's the driving or propelling of something against the resistance.
Yeah, it accelerates masses, correct. Yeah. I said the wrong thing for the first one, yes. And I've now corrected it.
There's several things that were.
Force equals F equals ma. Force equals mass times acceleration.
So the original thing you were saying that, you know, something will move unless it has another force. So where do you have validation or verification of that?
In space.
In space. Okay. Have
No,
you
no,
been in
no,
space?
Personally, no. There are 10 people there as we speak.
Okay. Then what is your support for space? Believing in men?
There are 10 people in space right
Because
now.
Ruth originally said this is real physics. So I'm waiting for the real physics part of it.
It is real physics. Everything everything you the first law.
Only other men that you have to believe have verified.
This is Newton's first law of physics. You know.
I don't care about Newton. He's part of
Oh,
this.
you don't give a
same
shit
crew.
about Newton. Gotcha.
I don't. No, a man that may or may not have lived. It's a name. that
He
means
actually
nothing.
did live.
Where are
His
the
bones-
real physics of that today?
His bones are actually interred in the very famous place in London right now.
Okay, so you agree? I'm glad his bones.
Bones.
I'm glad.
Uh-huh.
Bones. Therefore, Earth is sphere. No, so the only you agree that the only validation you have for it is believing in men that outer space exists and that they're doing it out there. And if that's where you're at in your life philosophy, I hear you. I'm just wanting to verify.
No, I
that
mean,
there's no real physics that we
momentum
can
is
actually
true.
see or
Actually, there
verify
is.
here of this
You ever
quote
see,
unquote theory.
you ever see Newton's cradle?
You know how to talk one at a time? Do I need to mute you just so I can speak every time?
Newton,
Bro,
you
I
ever
was
heard
just
about?
finishing trying to speak. Go ahead.
Well, I'll wait for you to say over every time. Then, like we're having.
No, just wait for someone to speak. It's just basic human integrity of relational interacting.
Copy Geo 10-4.
10-4. I mean, when I'm finished, I'll stop speaking. There'll be pause, and then someone else go ahead. That's how it works.
Go ahead. Keep saying over, like a radio conversation. Yeah. So Newton's laws of motion are not true.
Well, I'm asking for you to validate the first thing you just said was true, and we haven't even gotten through that.
Well, have you ever seen the Newton's cradle? The 5 balls where you pick one up, it goes tock 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 tock.
But we're not talking about Newton. You were talking originally about the original thing you were saying, that something will stay in motion unless it's acted on by another force. We're just starting with that.
Yeah, that's the first law of motion.
Okay, so if you have like some kind of religious book or something, that's fine, of men's names. I'm not really talking about men. We're not talking about men's names, and I'm just talking about that actual thing. You agree it's an idea that you have because you think other men are doing that in a medium you've never been. So you don't have any real physics validation of that being the case, but you're calling it a law based on these men that tell you it's a law out in space, right?
Well, you ever see an air hockey table?
That's a good example.
You know,
Good
there's
example
very
on
little,
Earth, yeah.
very little friction on an air hockey table.
Okay, so now you're saying that an air hockey puck will go forever?
Yeah,
No.
basically.
No,
If you
not
had an
forever.
infinite-
Not
if you had an-
forever.
If you had an infinite, air
man.
hockey table, yeah, it would go long.
This is your
long
proof
ways.
of that physical law.
Yeah,
theory?
actually, yeah. I mean, come on. I mean, Newton didn't. People, these are things that high school students understand. I don't know why you're having a difficulty with this.
But it does. The hockey puck doesn't go infinitely
An
unless
air
acted
hockey
on.
puck will go quite a ways. I mean,
No, it's
Yeah, not
constantly
infinitely.
being acted on.
No, but it hits the side, right? It hits the side, loses a bit of energy that way, right? The side of the table imparts a force on it. It
Yeah,
makes
but
a
if you had a
noise.
massively
that
long
loses
hockey
energy as
table,
well.
it wouldn't go forever either.
No.
You must have never played air hockey with a kid who can't even like hit it across the table on their first try. I mean, there's other factors.
Must be a shit hockey table.
Okay, so since we're going away from the believing the men in space, you've come up with an air hockey table as to why this
Well, I'm just
law
trying
you
to tell
think
you
is
where
true.
I'm just trying to figure out spaces that since you don't believe in space because space is fake, it has to be, otherwise your whole
It's not even
religion
about
flat Earth
believing. I
is
never
wrong.
said any of those words. We're just talking about validating it. Ruhif said this is real physics, so I'm waiting for the real physics. That's all.
Well, I'm just telling you the real
Orbits.
physics.
And we
You
so,
know, there it
so
is.
the only
You got
real
an air
thing we
hockey
have
table.
is an air hockey table. That's where you're
Yeah.
at. And do you
And
think
You're going to reject
flaws?
space though, Gio, you just reject everything from space. So if we say orbits or anything like that,
It's not
you
really
reject
about
it.
accepting it or rejecting it. I'm just pointing out that it's not verifiable, and you
Actually,
have
it
to
is
believe in
verifiable.
men.
Not
So
to
it's not
you.
really about whether I believe it or don't believe it. It's is it definitive, and the answer is it's not.
Actually, it is definitive, and it's been pretty much.
You can't
proven
independently
definitive.
verify it. None of us can. Let's just
Actually, we
be honest.
can. I just told you 2 ways to, and you say no to
Oh.
both of them. Gotcha.
Go ahead. What were the 2 ways to get the space?
We weren't talking about space. We're talking about Newton's first law of motion, that objects at rest stay at rest, and objects in motion tend to stay in motion unless acted upon by an unbalanced force.
Interesting.
You agree that objects at rest stay at rest. You agree with that?
Yeah, things that I leave sit on the floor usually stay there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so we got half of the first law, at least.
And what causes them to slow down? Or like if you move them, what causes them to slow down?
Move them. Resistance, I guess. I would imagine resistance to something.
Resistance,
Yeah.
a force. Thank you.
If there wasn't that force there, would it slow down?
I don't know. We've never not had the force.
Well, again,
Well,
orbits.
we can minimize the force, like on an air hockey table.
Yeah, friction slows things down, right?
Yeah, that's called a force. Thank you.
The end.
I mean, I agree with these things. I mean, I don't know who I assign them to. If I assign them to a person or just, what is. I don't think I needed anybody. I don't think. I'm pretty sure before Newton that people were aware that if they put something down, it wasn't going to just float away.
Sorry, say that again.
I don't think anybody needed a scholarly educator to tell them that, like, listen, you got to push the tractor harder if you want to get further.
Right.
Well, something at rest will move over time. It'll degrade, it'll decay. So it's really not even at rest in that case. The ether is always functioning upon everything within it. It's the base element that everything's built upon, and it's always changing.
Let me ask you then, Gio, is the ether verifiable?
Yes,
it is. Verify space.
Yes, it is. Because we
How do
can
you
test it, we can measure it, we can it's tangible.
How do you measure this ether?
Depends on what frequency and what layer you want to measure it on. Just like with the sun, there's infrared, there's multiple spectrums.
That's not ether, that's light.
I didn't say that was ether. What I said is that ether is not just one thing. It's a core base element that makes up the physical world, in my viewpoint.
So how do I measure it? How do I show it's real?
Everything you're measuring in the environment is you're measuring ether, because that's what the base element of all of this reality, this whole realm is, in my viewpoint.
So this is your philosophy, basically. You have no scientific proof of this. You don't have.
Well, yeah, you can definitely measure it with dependent, independent variables in terms of.
Really?
Yeah, everything that is done in the environment. Like if you're building a car, for example, a Ferrari, and you're trying to build the aerodynamics of the, body or the shock absorbers, all of that is. You're using dependent, independent variables to regulate certain materials with the actual environment. All of that is measuring and testing the different capacities and potentials of the medium itself that you can do with it, with matter and air, etc.
I bet if I went to Ferrari, they would not use the word ether when they described how they make cars.
Yeah. I want to see this verification of ether, and then we'll talk about verifying things like gravity in space.
I'm not sure. I don't want to speak for, but I mean, he's claiming ether is things like the air, the density of the air, and things like that, and those things are measurable. Yeah.
Yeah, we can just call it air then, Gio, right?
No, because if you have so quintessence is a terminology used for the elements Actually, quintessence is often used for the elements at the, like in the celestial field above, but it's also used for ether. I mean, essentially ether has a spectrum where the quintessence is at the top, and then the layer we're in would be like the core ethereal layer, and then the ground, of course, and then going into the earth. So if you have that core spectrum, that core medium, which is like what all of this world is manifest from, that's the base element. And then you have earth, air, fire, and water. So air, earth, fire, water, etc. So those would then be those 4 elements that essentially make up the entire physical world. And those elements are then expressing themselves within the base medium. So anything that you're doing with those elements and how they interact, like how water functions, how air functions, pressure, all of those things, is detecting and measuring and testing the ether itself.
I reckon it's detecting the pseudo. I like how Nathan goes pseudo-Ramonian, pseudo-Riemannian force space manifold. I'm going to say that's it, and it's verified. Not ether. It's a pseudo-Riemannian force space.
Well, like if you were a fish in water and you were trying to figure out what the water is, and you could be like, okay, I know that when I do this to it, I do that to it. You're literally testing it as you're going, but you're in it. You're in the actual medium. So what are you trying to isolate? You can't isolate yourself from the medium because you are part of it. It's like the fish in water. You're in it. So all we can do, we can measure it, test it, pull things from it, extract. We can do all of these things. Foucault's pendulum. All of these things are measuring the ether.
No, they're not.
Okay,
Really,
it's actually measuring curved space time. It's measuring curved
all
space time.
measuring different parts of it.
Oh, this is classical physics, which is post dated. It's been debunked at least 400 years ago. This earth, air, fire, aether thing is just. I understand. I mean, it sounds good. I mean, Greece, Tibet, India, they've all done similar things, but it's just alchemy. I mean, it's all
been debunked. It's been replaced.
Yeah, it's all been debunked like hundreds of years ago now. I mean, the alchemists were the last to believe this.
But it wasn't debunked. It was usurped and given fake psyop, fake history stories about.
God. No, it was debunked.
Well, I mean, debunk it. I mean, can me and you debunk it right now? I don't know, but what I'm taking from what he's saying is he enjoys things that he can tangibly measure. That's just what in general. I'm generalizing it, but that we can all measure and test against.
Yeah, exactly. And we can't isolate ourselves from the medium, but we're within it, so we can test and measure to everything humanity's done. I mean, because even if you had a device that you thought was like, let's say you had a device that was pulling electricity from the environment. I mean, that still doesn't really isolate the ether either. You would have to be outside of it to isolate it, and in my viewpoint, you'd then have to be in spirit form. To isolate your spirit from this entire medium, you'd have to separate your spirit from it. But if you're in it, then you're in it, so you're not going to be able to isolate it in that same sense. At least not in that strict sense. Like you can isolate the elements, earth, air, fire, and water. Like we can isolate, fire that makes water boil. We can isolate that. But the actual medium itself is the foundational. It's like the water with the fish. That's the foundational medium.
I'm not going to try and hold myself, but what really cracks me up here is that here you are on a computer in the 22nd century espousing a theory that got us to alchemy, but no further. I mean, we would not have.
Is it the 22nd already?
It's the 21st.
Oh man, I thought we were in a time machine.
It's late in 2022 is what I got. It's late. I should not. 2022, the 21st century. But here you are, and you're espousing a theory that died with alchemy. I mean, we would not have any of the things we have. A lot of the things today we would not have if we didn't advance beyond alchemy. There's no way we'd have the computer that you're sitting in front of without, chemical elements, and knowing silicon and gallium arsenide and silicon and how that works, and the theory on how that making the transistor. Your whole computer's full of transistors that rely on quantum theory, and here you are espousing a theory that is 400 at least
That's
years old.
not even true at all, man. Our entire electrical grid is built off of people that suggested the primary half, the dielectric field of the ether field, is the basis for their entire inventions, such as
Westinghouse,
Tesla. I wasn't done.
Westinghouse, Tesla, and
Tesla.
Tesla was not part of the electric grid. Actually,
Heaviside, J.J. Thomson. Yeah,
Westinghouse.
Charles Proteus Steinmetz. Yeah, man, all these guys, they were understood on it.
No,
but you somehow missed that.
No, you missed it because they didn't.
You wouldn't have your computer if it wasn't for that.
You would not have the materials necessary to make
Nice try
wires
with
and
400 years.
motors. 400 years, yeah, at least.
Yeah, nice.
You would not have
Nice try, man.
the motors and stuff if you didn't have chemistry behind it. And that was
Nice try, man.
But that's true. I mean, you guys are, and here you are sitting on the computer. You saying that the computer would work without our understanding of quantum?
It's not what I said, but nice straw man.
No, I mean, are you disagreeing with my interpretation that the computer would not exist unless we understood quantum theory, which if we only were at the alchemy level, we'd still be, 400 years in the future.
You wouldn't have the computer if it wasn't for the electrical grid that you plug the computer
And that's
into.
another issue. That's correct. That was, the electric grid came 150 years prior to the computer.
Regardless, it's not 400 years ago.
You would not have the electric grid. And the guys, who do you say believed in aether? Tesla, which is not actually he's not actually part of the making the electric grid. He's sort of a
Tesla, Maxwell, Heaviside,
Maxwell,
Steinmetz, Thompson.
Maxwell believed Maxwell did not believe in aether.
Yeah, I mean he had a different version of the ether, but yeah, he did very much talk about the ether.
No, well, then you're misunderstanding what he's saying because his aether is not the same as yours.
No, his ether was it was close but not accurate, and Tesla didn't agree with it. But needless to say, there's been over 100 different postulations as to what the ether is, and it's been around. It's been around for centuries, dude. Not 400 years ago, but its latest.
It was disproven 400 years ago.
No, I don't think so.
The five classical elements: earth, wind, fire, air, and aether.
Maybe that version of it, maybe that dichotomy of it, sure, but not.
And the rest of it was disproven and the luminiferous ether was disproven 150 years ago now or so. When was that disproven?
So why would they be talking about the luminiferous ether? I mean, it makes no sense. You're
Luminiferous ether was what they thought light needed to travel through, and they went to look for that, and they haven't found it.
So I'm assuming what you're in is an idea that they abolished the ether, they quote unquote proved it wrong in your viewpoint.
Yeah.
All of this stuff is just old news, and then they basically made the physical Earth a Newtonian Cartesian physical coordinate system within a hold on, let me finish. Within a Big Bang and your globe and the outer space. So they basically kind of sucked out the idea of the medium that we live in, replaced it with this kind of one that's outside of a sphere, and then this is just a physical world. Is that what you're going off when you say quote unquote they debunked that or something? Is that what you're talking about? That transfer of philosophy?
Well, it's not really a transfer of philosophy. It's learning more about the environment.
And you believe that for whatever reason.
Wait, hold on. No, science is not a belief system. Don't say believe and stuff. It's proven.
Right, because you think it's a Copernican revolution. You think we went from some old thing that you think was wrong, and then you somehow think the new one is so right that it just replaced and quote unquote debunked all that. And you more or less believe it on faith. You don't have any physical verification of any of it, but you're just going with it.
A lot of,
and that's why you're making these claims, because you obviously haven't done anything that would actually validate any of this, right?
I've validated quite a few of these things, yes, actually. I've looked through telescopes. I've done some of the classical experiments. They're not that difficult to do. To think that this is all being hidden by some vast, huge conspiracy that doesn't want us to, I don't know what the reason.
So looking at this guy and putting sticks in the ground?
Yeah, actually, putting sticks in the ground is a very good way to measure the diameter of the Earth.
So that's why you think this whole thing debunked all the original conceptions of everything. You somehow think that's what did it.
One of them, yeah. The Greeks are smarter than you. The 2,000-year-old Greek guys are smarter than you.
But, this kind of reminds me, like, back to that conversation where Gio was kind of grilling you on before they figured out like the math for it all. Like, can you imagine, like, before the vector math really convinced the mathematically minded that it was possible that we'd be going all these different directions and not feeling it? How did they explain it to people that we weren't feeling these motions in all these separate ways without the vector math? I mean, when did that come along to really convince those that are only about numbers?
Vector math came first, actually, but nice try.
The vector math came first.
Mm-hmm.
So when they thought it was a globe going around the sun that was also moving, they had all that figured out as a way of, okay, that'd be interesting to learn about if that's really what they thought.
And you don't feel speed, so don't go there.
Oh, there's momentum changes. It's within the threshold, according to you guys, but that's ridiculous. It's like once you realize you're not moving, you just realize it. You just realize it. No math can convince.
So again, your senses are perfect. They can never be fooled. So there's no such things as you've never been
That's
dizzy.
a straw man.
No,
saying
no,
your senses are perfect is totally different than saying that you would
man.
detect all these different movements in different directions.
Well,
With momentum
again,
changes and accelerations.
You've never seen an optical illusion. You've never been dizzy.
Yeah, just because optical illusions exist doesn't mean your whole reality is an optical illusion.
That means your eyes can be fooled.
I mean, just because you can give one example of you sitting on a train and thinking you're moving because the train moves next to it doesn't mean your whole reality works like that 100%, 24/7.
Einstein figured that out pretty quickly, Yeah, relativity.
You guys should just drop Einstein as a reference. I mean, come on.
He's a smart dude. A lot smarter than you.
Oh, there's a smart dude. Yeah, that's for sure. But I mean, come on.
Come on, what? In fact, he was a smart dude.
He stole all of his ideas from Henri Poincaré anyway. So
yeah, I know.
He's not that smart.
Anyway, well, whoever.
And then he married his cousin.
During his lifetime,
come on, man.
Considered quite smart,
Guy's weird, bro.
I saw one of these.
I suppose
space time.
I saw this video of Einstein. It was like I saw it on my YouTube feed, and it was like it was like a real color video, like the last color video of Einstein or whatever. And I watched it. It literally looked like the guy was reading a script. It was like just a bad acting. Like he was just looking down at the thing the whole time and reading it. He had no backing, no strength, no. He didn't have that like truth to power, like speaking truth. He literally was just reading in this very monotone voice, looking down, reading this thing. And then he kind of looked up, kind of like this confused, lost like actor that didn't even know what was going on. It was just to look at his body language. Like that guy was literally just a pawn, just an absolute like.
I see. Because he was a bad actor. That makes sense.
He's just reading a script.
Because his first language wasn't English, that makes him also false, right? The fact that he was, nervous in front of a camera. Interesting.
No, I mean, it's fair to bring up that it's not his native language. I understand that. But he was speaking the English fine. It's not like he couldn't, if he really just had to memorize it. But he was reading a script. And like I said, his body language, there was no like strength and backing between what he was saying. It was just like looked like an actor reading a script, and it was just very weak energy.
I see. So energy is more important than ideas. Got it.
No, it was very revealing to me. I mean, when that like Astronauts Gone Wild came out, just to watch their body language, I'm very attuned to that. I like to. A lot can be gleaned from that, and I'm just saying this one that I popped on and watched. I was just shocked. I was like, oh my gosh, this is just literally a guy reading a script. It was bad.
Yeah, because they pick astronauts in order to have them perform well on TV. Especially
they read scripts too. They're just the modern day version of the PSYOP.
Yeah.
I have a question for New Perspective.
Hey, back in the house.
Hey, what's up? So if you guys don't mind changing the subject, New Perspective mentioned there are some changes in momentum, right? That should be noticeable or feelable. So what are those that you mentioned? And that's for New Perspective.
Rotation of the Earth, you mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I want to know what he was referring to. Or maybe he's
I think he was talking
AFK.
about the train going past you. If you're sitting on a train and there's another train, your train's still, but another train next to you is moving. Perceptionally, it appears that you are moving.
Well, you don't know which one's moving, which one's not. That's the idea of not being able to feel speed. But I think New Perspective is trying to say that he should feel the rotation of the Earth, and I would like him to justify that.
Yeah, because we said that you can feel speed, and his answer was, well, there are changes in momentum. So yeah, let's talk about those then. Well, but I don't think he's here, so never mind.
I would like to know how you measure the speed that you're feeling. Like if you're on a plane, how are you measuring that you're going 900 k's an hour?
Open the door.
Right, and then you've got 900-kilometer winds bashing you, right? That's obvious.
Well, Ruhith, can you not tell when you're moving through the environment or not moving through the environment?
Yeah, I feel little vibrations. I see it.
Right. So do you think that that there's any way you won't know you're moving?
I've just told you how I know that I'm moving. I see it, and I feel like vibrations and shit like that I associate with movement.
Right.
But the vibrations aren't speed. They are little accelerations. They're little bumps.
So you also can't tell that you're moving through the ether at 500 miles an hour.
Sorry, in a plane.
Yeah.
I know that I'm traveling at 500 miles an hour because I'm in a plane, but can I feel 500 miles per hour? No. I have a very nice, comfortable sleep on a plane.
Okay, so in your viewpoint, if the plane did not have any shaking, you could be tricked that you were on the ground, even though you're going 500 miles an hour.
Yes,
definitely, and not just that. If you're
So
at
is
the
there
ground,
is there any case of doing that, or is it just theoretical?
Well, obviously, I know that I'm on a plane, right?
That's because movement has actual results to it.
No, it's because I got on a plane and watched it take off out the window.
Right, but the vibrating is a result of the movement.
Yeah, which is acceleration, not speed.
but you can vibrate without moving. So if the airplane isn't flying, and if it's vibrating the same way, and you hear the same sound, the same loud sound that you hear on an airplane, if you can't look at the window, you would feel the same as you just flying, because that's exactly what you're feeling when you're flying.
Yeah, you can mimic that on the ground.
Until you get a vibrational disturbance.
Have you been in one of these these big simulators? What are they, 6 degrees of freedom simulators? They will fool you into thinking that you are moving, even that you're just going up and down. You're not going back and forth.
Like those virtual reality roller coasters. Some people can't stand when they're looking at it. They just fall by themselves. Because like your visual perception affects all.
I played one of my kids' Oculuses a few months ago, and the hand controllers, I went to put the hand controllers on the table in the game and obviously just dropped them on the floor. It's pretty impressive.
Right. Yeah, I guess what I was just trying to ask is there any way, like your theory that you can't tell that you'd be moving at a high speed, is there any way to test that, or is it just another theoretical idea?
Well, show us how to measure speed.
No, I'm saying like the example that you could be going 500 miles an hour, but tricked that you're not moving at all. Is that a reality in any way, shape, or form, or is it even possible to recreate, even with millions of dollars, or is it just a theory?
Yes, you could do that. I could make you. I could put you in an airplane fuselage on the ground, shake it, and you would think you're in an airplane. You would not feel the difference.
That's not the one I said, though. I said being in the airplane going 500 and not being able to know that you're moving.
Were you like
I'll
sedated
give
to
you a
get on
coin.
the plane?
That's the one that the globe is. The
I'll give you the
globe is
coin.
the one where you're in the thing that actually is moving and you're tricked into thinking it's not. So what I'm asking you is that other than the Glober theory that you have or model, is there any way that you've verified that indeed that's even possible? Or like I said, is it just a theoretical concept?
Again,
It's
you would
not
have to
theoretical.
you'd have to have a very similar. You'd have to be on the ground with a shaky, noisy fuselage, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between that and being in the air going 500 miles an hour.
Yeah,
The
that would be
question
easier
is,
to
how
do,
will
and
you
I
tell
think
the
it would,
difference? How will you tell the difference, Gio?
Yeah, it's not entirely true because the medium isn't consistent, and this is why they have high-low pressure and differences, and why the plane will drop in its altitude like several hundred feet in matters of seconds.
How is
You
it
can feel
relevant?
that
It
change.
doesn't
How
take
is it
several
relevant?
hundred feet in a matter
Because
of
he
Say
said
air.
500 miles per hour, so you know.
Say
you
say
figure
air,
that.
not medium. I mean, it's air. We can talk about airplanes fly
Okay.
through air.
Yeah. So it's gonna have, it's not gonna be consistent. So you're gonna feel those changes in,
So I'll put you on a
dramatic
simulator.
changes.
I'll put you on a simulator on the ground and we'll shake it, much like an airplane. You probably won't be able to tell the difference.
Yeah, how will you tell the difference is the question.
The
I mean,
G-forces.
for example, if we accelerate when your car is slowing down or speeding up, we obviously feel that, and we know the organ from which we feel that, which is our vestibular system. We know how that works, right? It's not that complicated.
And that can be fooled too. I mean, if you've
Yeah.
ever been dizzy, you've fooled your vestibular system. Yeah,
And
pilots
there's
will
no-
do anything.
Yeah, if you're getting into that, well, then okay, the liquid in the ear. Let's imagine like level water in your ear, and when you're standing upright, that's how you know it's level. And if you're upside down, that's how you know it's upside down because of that. So if that's the case, if you're in an airplane that actually isn't going 500 miles an hour, just a fuselage on the ground, with and it's just shaking around, versus actually going 500 miles an hour, like Deisler said, there's going to be different G-forces on that liquid in your ear.
No.
There is a
No,
difference.
No.
You're
No,
going
no.
at
How
500.
is that?
You're going at
Brave level
500.
flight.
Not
There
at
are the
steady
actual.
speed.
Hold on, let me finish speaking. There's something that's continually keeping you going 500, and that will register on that water level.
No, Gio, no.
The only thing
You just have to be very sensitive to pick it up. Most people that are just
No,
watching movies on an
That's
airplane,
not how G-forces work.
that's understandable. But I guarantee you, I think I could absolutely do it. And I think there's many that could tell the difference.
That's not how G-forces
not
work.
how your ears
For you
work.
to get G-forces, you need to accelerate the airplane. It has to change its velocity. Either
We're
you
going
go up or you
500
go
miles
down.
an hour.
Yeah, if you're at constant speed, there's no change in velocity. You're not going to generate any
No,
G-force.
it's just a change in vector. That's all.
Yeah, but if you're
There is no change in
if you're
vector.
flying,
Which
if
is
you're
Yeah, that's
flying
why I
at
told you
constant-
there is if you're changing your elevation dramatically, like within a short period of time.
Yeah, but we're not doing that.
Fuck.
Well, I already
The
told
whole
you you will be doing that because
Yeah, that's
there's nowhere you're going to
acceleration,
have a
That's
Deisler.
irrelevant.
consistent.
But
That's
that's not
acceleration.
relevant to the conversation. That's not relevant to the conversation. The conversation is about whether or not you can feel linear motion. So if you're saying, well, if it's not linear, then you're going to feel it. Sure, but that's not what we're talking about.
All right,
The bones
fine.
in your ear detect accelerations, not motion. Once you're in motion, you don't detect it. If you ever been Google Barney chair, if you've ever been dizzy, there's something similar. The ear. You gotta get in the Barney chair. I should take one of those to the Flat Earth convention. That would have been fun.
By the way, you know what can feel G-forces? A phone, a cell phone.
Yes.
So if you can see the raw data of your accelerometer of your phone on an airplane and on the ground. Well, I haven't checked it, but they should read the same thing because they're experiencing
do.
the same acceleration.
I have checked it. And
Oh,
I
you
checked
have
it for EDFOS effect. And it technically worked, but it was noisy as fuck.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't count that then. But
Yeah.
that's a nice experiment.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually gonna see if I can find an app that shows raw data of accelerometer.
Yeah, just do it the old-fashioned way. Get a scale and a 200-gram weight.
I already did that one.
Wolfie's done that. Wolfie's done that on
Wolfie's
flights
done
between
that.
Perth and Sydney.
For the Oto's effect?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Ertversch effect, by the way. Ertversch.
Yeah, my
Ötvös.
my Hungarian is not very good. Sorry.
Yes.
Those sounds don't translate well into
Well,
English.
by the way, there's a very illustrative way to show whether or not you're experiencing any force on an airplane. You can put a cup of water close to the window and compare the level of the water to the level of the horizon. If they're aligned, then you have no extra forces there.
Yeah, if you're accelerating, the water would well to the backwards, right? To the back.
Yeah, like on a car.
You could take your cell phone and look out the window and do the El Baruni method too.
Yeah.
So many things you can do with an airplane, a cell phone on an airplane.
I didn't think about doing El Baruni. I'm gonna travel next month. This month.
Yeah, get your. You need one of those.
I have the
little,
Dioptra.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I have
a good phone. My phone's too cheap. I have the cheap phone. I didn't get one with a barometer, so I can't tell all that stuff.
I had an iPhone, and it had the readings on the accelerometer were as a percentage of gravity rather than raw readings. So I'd get a raw reading. A raw reading accelerometer.
I need one of those for Android.
Need one of those for what?
For Android device.
I'm sure it's out there.
Androids, I think, do give you raw readings.
Yeah.
Maybe they do in the current iPhones as well. Let's have a look.
There's some additional programs that have this, but you gotta have a decent phone. Like I said, I got a real cheap phone, so mine only gets halfway good.
Let's have a look at mine.
Oh, there's a physics toolbox sensor suit.
Right, and
Yeah,
I
so
loaded that
mine-
on it, and only got half the stuff, and it took like I said, I went cheap.
Yeah, my cell phone isn't cheap, but it also doesn't have a barometer. I was very disappointed by that. Yeah.
Is this the
Or
kind of
maybe
stuff you guys talk about over at Gym Pandas and stuff?
Sometimes.
Sure.
I don't know. I rarely go to
It's
Gym
like the typical Glober convo.
We're just telling you easy ways to
That's
do
not. We are not
science
the
on an
typical
airplane.
Globers. We are not the typical Globers.
Yeah, we're here talking to flat earthers. We're not typical.
Yeah, most Globers don't come to talk to flat earthers.
Does the globe model have an equatorial bulge within the oceans?
Within the
Yeah,
oceans.
the equatorial radius is bigger than the polar radius. Yeah.
By how much?
Oh, I don't remember. I think it's like
15
0.2%.
k's or something.
I think it's like 30 miles. Yeah, 50K,
Diameter.
30 miles.
Yeah,
What percentage of that is what percentage of the Earth diameter is that?
Bacon. If I've got a few accelerometers here that would give you raw data. But I have to send it to you. And you'd have to power it with USB.
I'm gonna check if my physics toolbox sensor suit works.
It would probably be cheaper to buy them than to ship them from Australia.
Oh no, but like I've got the SD card reader, the accelerometers, the cards, and that sort of shit. So I'd have to put it all together.
Interesting. I have a chart that puts the acceleration in the X, Y, and Z axis.
Yeah, because the iPhone one gives you like a number between 0 and 1, which is not. Hang on, see what I got. Here's an SD card reader.
Oh, the maximum I think is 1. I think it's 9 meters per second squared. Oh, it's in terms of G. It's how many G's.
Yeah.
Nice.
That is. Well, that could be it. What's that one? Oh no, that's a fucking temperature, pressure, humidity sensor. What else I got some goodies that I haven't played with for a while.
Oh, I'm gonna drop my phone and see what happens.
I think it goes above 1.
Let me see if I can zero it. Let me check. I'm gonna use my. Let's see if I don't think I have a screen recorder.
I'll do it on mine. Hold on. Let me get something that's soft. Let me check. All right.
A lot of.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. I don't think it went above 1. That's a problem. Let me try it again. Like I'm dropping it from like 1.5 meters. Oh, that I think went just above 1. Good shit. I'll start logging it. Hold on. Log to file.
Oh, they all dropped to 0. When I dropped it, that's very nice.
Now you have to shake it around in your hand. But see what happens. Oh, it does register more than 1. Okay, that's good. But the sampling is pretty shit. I'll do it again and screenshot it 1 sec.
They didn't reach 0 exactly.
Yeah, but look.
The y-axis didn't reach 0, but X and Z did. The Y got pretty close to 0.
Yeah, this is me just shaking.
Oh,
shaking
yours
the foam.
than mine.
Yeah, but see how often it samples though. Like that's probably every 1 second or something.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. It's very slow. Let me show you. I think I don't have to just drop. I can throw it up. You should do the same, right?
Hang on, I want to have the actual data. Oh, 20. Oh no, hang on. I thought I had the data for the flight that I took to LA with for the Erdversch, but it's not on this phone.
Oh, let me show you what I got here.
Hang on, I think I can change the sampling. Hold on.
Can you see the one I sent?
Yeah, your sampling is much better than mine. Let me change
So,
mine.
You see that white peak before it drops? That white peak is when I was raising it, and like I was throwing it up, and then as soon as I released it, then all of them dropped like close to 0.
Yeah.
And those peaks again is like when it hit my bed, you know.
Yeah. So I can just see the 0, like the really thin.
Yes,
0
exactly.
point. Yeah, of all 3.
That is very nice.
That's cool. Let me change the sampling logging rate. Hertz. Here we go. Oh, here we go. 10 times a second. How much? 20 times a second. Here we go. Oh, there we go. I got it 20 times a second now. That's much better.
You can.
Yeah, I can change the sample rate.
Interesting.
So this is much better. That's me just shaking the shit out of it.
Right. Yeah. Throw it up.
Oh, I'll do a drop. Yeah. All right. Give me 1 sec. There you go. That's me throwing it, obviously. So you can see the blue one dip just as I throw it, and they all go to 0. Very cool.
Nice.
And then it hits the ground. So cool.
Well, let me just check one thing.
Yeah. So, Plurfs, do you reckon we'll register some acceleration if we just leave our phone on the plane?
Can I guess?
There we go.
Let me guess one thing. When you threw up your phone, or you just dropped it? You threw up, right?
I threw it. Yeah, threw it on the air.
Yeah. Did you do that with the screen facing down?
Facing, well, I don't know actually. I think facing up, but I don't know whether it would have maintained its. It looked like it didn't. Oh, hang on, the
because
Y. So the Y is down and the red and blue is up.
your
X and Y.
Z went to negative first. So I think.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Just trying to think if that's.
That would be facing down, I guess.
Is Z going through the phone to the back of the phone?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it is actually. That's -1. So if I go minus. So hang on, the dip in the blue is me screen facing up, accelerating up. That's the dip in the blue. Yeah.
Well, yeah, mine is opposite because
Okay.
when my phone is facing up, it reads +1 for Z constantly.
Okay. All right.
Instead of negative.
So your screen facing the ceiling, facing the roof.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if I just leave it on the table, I get like 2 perfect lines, one for X and Y, and the other for Z.
Yeah.
X and Y are like at 0 in Z's at 1.
I'm getting Z of -1.007 just sitting on the table. I wonder what that is. What's the
I think you can locate the accelerometer by rotating your phone around different spots. Because if you're rotating exactly around the accelerometer, it won't pick it. No.
Yeah.
No, it will, but it only you will anyway.
I'm trying that now actually. That's pretty hard.
No, I think it has like one array. Those three, those are just the coordinates of the tip of the array, right? Where it's pointing
What do you mean by
towards, I
that?
guess. Like I would say, I think it has just a single array of force, and that's
It's got like 3. Yeah, there are 3. 3 orthogonal accelerometer things that make up the accelerometer. Obviously.
Right. Okay,
I'm pretty sure they're very, very close to each other. Like they're tiny chips. I'm curious why mine is showing 1.007 when it says that it's calibrated to 9.81. 1.81 times 1.007. That's not right. Sounds like my accelerometer is a bit shit. That's like 9.88 meters per second squared.
Yeah, like they don't have to be that good. They only have to be able to figure out your orientation of your phone, I guess.
Yeah. I have the urge to get back into some electronics though, because I've got a bunch of accelerometers, humidity, pressure, temperature sensors. A bunch of little sensors. That's fun.
The GPS data, I was hoping it would give me XYZ, but it does latitude, longitude.
Oh, you mean like raw GPS signal? You can get that
Yeah.
chip, by the way. What's his name? Science It Out got that chip and did a bit with it.
Right. Yeah, I think Moyak said it told me that actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a bunch of Arduinos here as well. Bit
I
pumped
miss
now. Like, what do I
playing
want
with
to do with it?
Arduinos.
Hey?
I only played with Arduino once, and I made a snake game.
Nice.
That only had 2 buttons.
Yep.
And for some reason, it had like the snake would only grow up to a certain point, and after that, the game would just gonna go crazy and didn't work. I think it has very little memory.
Hang on. No tanks. Outer space has refraction now. Very inclusive of you. What does that mean? Oh, outer space doesn't have refraction. Fuck me.
What did you expect? Oh no, the precision of my GPS is getting really low now.
Are you inside though?
Hmm?
You're inside though, right?
Like inside my house?
Yeah.
Sure. It's reading, the precision is like below 2 meters now. It
Oh, like
was
really good, you mean? Like really good precision.
yeah, oh yeah, I mean
Okay,
small,
yeah.
like the margin, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Small radius.
Altitude. How does like there's a screen on my iPhone called relative altitude, and I think it somehow measures the height above the ground, like literally the floor of my house. Does what it does.
I don't know how to interpret the data of my gyroscope.
The accelerometer or the gyro?
No, the gyro.
Okay.
The accelerometer is easy, but the gyro is a bit. I don't know. Oh, there's an inclinometer.
Which would probably be your accelerometer. Yeah.
Maybe it's something different. Maybe it's like
Maybe.
maybe it's something like your vestibular system. You know, you hang something.
Yeah. My horizontal accuracy at the moment is 7 meters, and I'm inside.
Oh, there's a protractor.
Yeah. The fuck is I gotta look this up actually. Relative altitude sensor in iPhone. Relative altitude sensor iPhone.
There's a spectrograph.
What?
I don't know. Oh, it
In your
changes when I
phone?
speak. Yeah, I think it's sound related.
Okay.
I hope.
Oh, yeah, sound spectrum.
Spectrogram.
Yeah, see, what is this fucking relative altitude?
Oh, there's a light detector, aka camera.
I think relative altitude is like it's a pressure. It's like how far away from calculated air pressure given your GPS altitude. I think that's what it is. So if my relative altitude is only like 1 meter, it's basically saying that the pressure outside is what it should be given my altitude, like relative to standard temperature and pressure. I think that's what it is.
One of the things I have on that app in the section magnetism is a compass.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if it's actually a magnetic compass or if it's just using GPS, you know.
Mine's a magnetic compass on here. Like it's actually got readings in micro Teslas.
Oh, there's also a magnetometer.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't have anything magnetic here, I think. But I don't know about
Let's
that.
see if I lift mine up. That changes. That changes a bit. Let's put it fucking. Yeah. Any metal underneath it throws it off by a couple of degrees. Which is weird. Like, how does a phone fucking magnet work? How does it? It's got to be calibrated to all the shit in the phone, right?
I don't know.
Oops. Fun times. Feel like doing some electronics now. Did we scare off all the flat earthers with the nerd talk? I think we did.
Yeah. Maybe it's just the two of us there. Maybe the rest of people here are AFK.
Yeah, I think Carnivore's here but can't speak. Matrix, I don't know.
Cooler is Squealer.
Skylar.
Skylar.
I guess. Yeah, I think it's Skylar. Or
I don't think I ever heard this guy speaking.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pretty sure
Carnivore's typing.
Skylar's the.
I think he's gonna answer us.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. Yeah, pretty sure the pronunciation is Skylar for that.
Skylar is the wife of
Very good.
Walter White.
The buttery, yeah, but that's, I think she spells it Skyler, whereas this is like a Dutch word.
Carnivore said he doesn't speak because then he couldn't charge people to hear his voice.
Yeah, valid.
That's a fair point. Yeah, I think I'm gonna
Yeah, it's bedtime for you, isn't it? Fuck.
watch something. Oh, it is, but it's Friday, so
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter. I don't have to work tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
But I think my girlfriend would like to watch something now.
Yeah. All right. Enjoy. I'll play some poker, do some stuff.
All right. Good luck with
All right.
your Bitcoin poker.
All right. Cheers.
Yeah.
What up?
Mm.
Ow. Love you. You're chicken. You're beautiful, Scar. There you go.